Now it comes a time to host our web page or make our web page public on the internet for everyone to access it. Whoa, stop. That's way back at the end. Let's go back to the beginning. In this course, you will learn the basic skills that every beginner web developer needs, HTML and CSS. Learn web development by creating your own blog website and publish or deploy it into the internet using GitHub, making it accessible to the whole world. So what will you learn in this course? I'm going to take you from a complete beginner with zero experience in creating websites to a confident coder by teaching you two of the core pillar skills of web development, and that is HTML and CSS programming languages. So why should you take this course? I have decided to have a complete practical approach to this course. You will start with a short environmental setup where I will help you to set up your coding environment using the most popular code editor on the market. We will also add to it my personal extensions for coding with speed and efficiency. At the beginning, I will take you through just the basic introduction about HTML and how it works, and then we will get straight into creating your very first website. I will slowly drag you into deeper and deeper waters, throwing CSS at you with colors, fonts, pseudo-classes and elements, showing you best practice examples, industry standards and personal tips and tricks for animations, transitions and reflection, making websites responsive on different devices reaching from desktop to tablet to mobile, using media queries, with everything culminating in publishing your very first website for everyone to visit and experience on the internet using GitHub. But no worries, don't feel overwhelmed. I'm here to help, not to judge. We have all been there. I know from personal experience that all beginnings are hard, but we all got to start somewhere. So who is this course for? This course is for absolutely everyone who wants to expand his knowledge in the web development world and learn basic coding languages like HTML and CSS, and with them build and deploy on the internet real-life web pages. Is there any prior knowledge required or any kind of material? Well, you do need a basic PC or a Mac, and no prior knowledge is required. But for resources, you can find here the complete source code for this course and the live website in the links in the description. My name is Norbert, I'm a manager and I teach web development through courses like this and also on my YouTube channel and blog, where I have tons of educational content for you. So join me on this journey and be a proud owner of your very first website, and as a byproduct, have 3 brand new skills, which are HTML, CSS and web deployment. Okay, so let's get started by setting up our environment. And by setting up our environment, I mean 2 environments. First things first, your physical environment, your surrounding environment, and then your working environment in your PC or Mac or whatever you're using. Now, my environment at the moment, as you can see, I'm in a spare bedroom, but I also want to show you that you don't need a magical place where you could do your code editing or your web development. You just need a quiet place, because web development is really about focusing. Coding is about focusing, about having a tunnel vision in your code and not being disturbed. Now, about the desk setup, I have a clean desk. I don't have anything on my desk excepting my PC or Mac or mouse, keyboard, and that's it. My phone is set to the side. I'm going to come back to my phone just in a couple of seconds, but that's it. I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want to have any kind of distractions on my desk excepting the task that I'm working on. Maybe I have a pen and paper to write down a couple of ideas, or I have a to-do list somewhere. Now, once again, your physical environment should be a quiet place, and you should get rid of any kind of distractions. Also, I want you to have regular breaks, so if you feel any kind of fatigue, after approximately 15, 20, maximum 30 minutes, just stand up a bit, take a short walk, a short 5-minute break, then get back to work. Now, about the phone, I do have my phone on silent mode. I don't have any kind of notifications when I'm coding, excepting if someone calls me, then I will see that. But beside of that, I have everything turned off. I don't want to be disturbed when I'm coding. Again, tunnel vision to the code. Now let's get into the PC settings or the Mac settings and into the code editor, into our IDE. Now for the code editor, we're going to use Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is a code editor created by Microsoft. There are also other code editors out there like Sublime Text, Atom. Atom I actually used for a couple of years, but then I switched to Visual Studio Code. Why? Because Visual Studio Code has the biggest user base, and with the biggest user base also comes the most updated code editor. and the most help that you can find also out there. So Visual Studio Code is the most popular code editor. Now let us take a look at how we can get and install Visual Studio Code. In order to get Visual Studio Code, you just need to do a quick Google search for Visual Studio Code. It is from Microsoft, as I said, so let's just visit their homepage. This is where we will land. Now, in order to download Visual Studio Code, you will have here a big download button, or up here a big download button. It will automatically recognize the system that you're on. So if this didn't work, I'm currently on a Mac. If it didn't work, then you can just click on the right side and you can download it for Windows or for Linux. Down here, you will also see the Insider Edition. The Insider Edition is a separate edition from Visual Studio Code. This gets a lot of beta updates. The only difference between these two is that this is more regularly updated and this is more stable. So if you're ready, then just click on download. This should open up the download for you. And when the download is done, then just click on it and install it. The installation process is pretty much forward, so I'm not going to go through that. You just choose your directory, set install, and you're good to go. Now, after you have installed it, then open it up and you should be greeted with this, with Visual Studio Code. On the left side, you will see these icons right here. Now, the very first one is the Explorer tab. From the Explorer tab, you can open up a folder. I will show you how you can do this later on. And also you can clone repositories from GitHub. We are not going to go into that. This is for more advanced things. The next icon will be the search icon. You can search specific words in your code. For example, you want to find a specific setting or a specific image or a specific tag. You can just search for it here and it will search for your entire code or the specific or the selected files that you wish to search in. The next icon would be the source control. Source control, we're also not going to go into this. All you need to know about source control, you can have multiple. As you can see here, this is branching off of this point. There's a forward point and this is an off branch. It just means that multiple people can work on one code, but it will have different outcomes. The next one is the debugger or the runner for specific programs. We are not going to use this. This is mostly used for in-terminal JavaScript or Python or anything that has to do with the terminal. Now the next section is the extensions, and we need to install a couple of extensions in order for us to have a more productive environment. The first extension that you will install will be Live Server. Now just search for Live Server. I will have it installed, so I'm not going to do this again. Live Server will basically, well, let's just take it as following. When you have a website, you need to serve it somewhere on a server, and that server will serve it to the user. As you can see down here in the extension, by using Live Server, you just create your code and it will automatically update in the web page. This means the code communicates with the website through a server. Now the server will be local, so not going to be in the cloud or in a specific place, in a physical space. It is going to live on your PC. So when you're working on your code, you can automatically see all of the updates that you're doing to your code. So install this one. I'm also going to show you how this works. Later on, you should, after installation, see this little icon down here. This means go live. This will run your server environment. The next one will be HTML and CSS. It's basically this one, support. So give you a couple of snippets for IDs, classes, and so far and so on. Then we will have Prettier. Now Prettier, just as the name implies, will make your code look more prettier. What does this mean? There's something called indentation. Indentation means that you should write your code hierarchically. Meaning, for example, if a tag is included in another tag, then it should be on another line. Now this will automatically format the code for you and format it in a fashion that is far easier readable. Now, by having these three extensions, you should already be good to go. So now we could move on. So what is HTML? First of all, HTML stands short for Hypertext Markup Language. It has this icon, and it is a standard markup language for any kind of web pages. Now, again, the standard markup language. At the end of the day, with HTML, you can create websites. Now, HTML is really easy to learn, and I know you will enjoy it. On some personal note, I learned HTML way back in the days when I was still coding on Notepad, if you know what it is. Now, HTML can be assisted by other types of technologies such as CSS, which stands for Cascading Style Sheet, and also scripted languages like JavaScript. So the purpose of a web browser is, whether it is Google Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, is to read HTML files and display them properly. Now, HTML is the skeleton of any web page, and on that skeleton we are later going to add CSS as a cover in order to make it look pretty. First things first, let's create an HTML file. This is done pretty simple. I'm just going to go to my desktop, create a folder, let's call it HTML Sandbox. Now have your code editor opened, and you can access this folder by either opening it up from here. Let's go to our desktop and then search for it, or you could just drag and drop the folder in here. This is very important to know that Visual Studio Code works in folders. You can't just start writing code without having a folder. Now, having this folder, let me also open this folder up. Let's take a look in this folder. This is right now empty. Now I'm going to go to my code editor, click in here on the left side, and create a new file. We're going to call this file index.html, and the .html extension is what signifies to this file that is going to be a HTML file. Now, why did we call it index? Why don't we call it website? Because the index, as you will see later on, points out to any web crawler, any web browser, that this is the website's main page. We will later on create multiple pages, like for example a about page, a blog page, a contact page, but the index file, the index page, is the most important one, and it should always be named index.html. You can also see that the icons are already recognizing it as a HTML5 type of file. Now let's hit enter, and there we go. We just created our first file. If I type in here my website, and now down here you should see your go live icon. After typing in website, save it, Control S, or file save from up there. Now you could just right click, open with live server, or from down here, run live server as you wish. I'm going to run this, and this will open up your default browser, and within that browser you should now see, let me just drag it here, my website appearing. Let me also zoom this in a bit. Now if I would start typing something else here, this is my first web page, hit save and do a refresh here, then you should see it updating. Okay, this is very important. Why does this error appear? Because coming up next, I'm going to teach you about HTML tags. Although we created this file, this is not the type of code that we should write in our HTML. So next up, let's talk about HTML elements. Now that we have our very first HTML file, next up, let's learn about HTML elements, also known as HTML tags. You will most likely hear me refer to them along this course as tags, or also elements. It's basically the same thing. Now we're not going to go over all of the elements. There are a lot of elements out there. Most of them are deprecated. That means they're out of use, they're no longer used. But we are going to learn about the most commonly used elements, and not only the basics, but essential HTML tags that you need to know in order to use HTML. So what is a HTML tag or a element? Well, it's normally defined by a opening and a closing tag, and some of them have only one tag, that is a self-closing tag or opening or a closing tag. So let me first of all show you how a element looks. You can see the text right here. This is just basic text. It doesn't mean anything. So the very first element that we're going to learn about is the HTML element. So a opening looks like this, HTML, and then a closing tag has a / after the less than sign, and then the element again, and the greater than sign. The next tag that you need to know about is the head. Now everything that happens in a website, in a web page, in a HTML element happens between these tags. Now there are two tags that are very important. One is the head and the other one is the body. This entire thing will contain the head, and I'm going to use Emmet here. You should automatically have Emmet installed in Visual Studio Code. Just type out the word head, and Emmet, as you can see on the left side, will auto-complete it. So hit enter, this is the head, and after that comes the body tag. I'm going to explain what the main difference between these two is. make a bit of space. The head is where everything that is not seen by the user happens, and the body is everything that it is seen by the end user happens. What I mean by that, for example, a title element, which will just define the title of the web page. Let's call this page title, is an element that is not seen in the web page. But take a look up here. I'm going to refresh this now, and you can see instead of this IP address, now the web page title appears exactly as I pasted in here. Now the cool thing about this is that now the port 5501 from our live server is working. This means that if I hit save or Control S or Command S on a Mac, you can see the page refreshing. This means if I move this, cut it out, paste it into the body that's now in here, and the page is automatically updating. For example, if I type something in here, let's say my web page, this is my first web page. Obviously, we need here a comma. Hit save, you can see this updating in the website. Now there are some HTML elements that have no content at all. For example, break tags. I could break this up using a break tag, so just type in BR. This will automatically recognize a break tag. A break tag has only a opening tag. If I hit save, then this will break up these two words into two. And as you can see, empty elements do not have an ending tag. Now this right here is a basic web page structure. Note that the content inside the body section, so this section right here, will be displayed in the browser. Now the content in the title element will be shown in the browser's title bar, which is up here. Okay? Now this is kind of the old way of doing things. There is something new called now, or actually it is a couple of years old. It is the HTML5 doc type. Now HTML5 doc type would look something like this. So opening and closing tags, then type in exclamation mark, doc, and type. Doc type means document type. I'm going to type in F document type, HTML, hit enter, and then we only need a closing tag for this, and HTML. Now it doesn't have the word doc type anymore in there, it only has the HTML. Now because we are in Visual Studio Code, there's an abbreviation for this, or a shortcut. Show you how this works. You just need to hold down Shift, then exclamation mark, and this will automatically give you, as you can see, Emmet already shows us, a HTML5 doc type. Now, you either tab or press enter on your keyboard, and there we go. We have ourselves a boilerplate. This right here is called the boilerplate, and actually I could just delete the part from up here. A boilerplate just means that this is a starting position from where any kind of website will start from. You will have your doc type up here, you will have a HTML, which will be set to the default language of English. You can obviously change this to German, to French, to whatever you wish. You will have your head up here. These are a couple of standards. This right here is the viewport, and this is the title. As you can see, now the title is document. Let's change it back to title. And you can see it automatically changes to title. So let me shortly explain each and everything that we have in here. HTML element is the root element of the page. This right here. The head element contains meta information about the HTML page. All of these are meta information. You can see it starts with the meta tag. It only has a closing tag. The title element specifies the title for the HTML page, which is shown in the browser's title bar. As you can see up here. The body element defines the document's body and is a container for all of the visible content, such as heading, paragraph, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, and so far and so on. You will learn about all of them in the upcoming minutes. Now, before we move on to any kind of other element, I want to show you something called comments. Now, a comment is not an element, but rather a comment is, as the word implies, your comment to whatever you wish to write in the code. A comment will not appear in the web page. For example, if I type something in here, comment, hit save, you will see comment appearing here, But if you wish to use this as a comment, then you will need to use the following signs. Less than, exclamation mark, dash dash, and it already shows me how it also ends with dash dash and greater than sign. And whatever we type in between these two, it will appear as a comment. So if I type in here comment with a capital C, hit save, it will not appear here. Now comments are used by developers to tell something more about the code. For example, here is where the body is. You could tell your fellow developer that you should type your code in here. Okay? Now there's also something called to comment out. To comment out means that it will no longer be of use. For example, if I wish this comment to disappear, but maybe use it later on, then I would comment it out. Now, commenting something out means that you would use these two signs. But there is a shortcut key for this, and the shortcut key is the /. But first of all, you would need to hold down your command key. Now, if you wish to comment something out, you would need to be with your cursor either at the front or at the end of the word, and that's just hold down Command or Control and then comment it out, /. So once again, comment in, comment out. To comment back in, you would do the same command again. So you're either at the start or at the end. For example, if I would have multiple things that I would wish to comment out, let me just delete this and also this. Then I could select everything that I want to comment out and hold down Command and press /. And this will comment out everything. Comment it back in, hit save, and this will appear then. Let me comment this back out again. And as you saw, if I would delete the starting sign for the comment, then this will no longer be a comment and it will appear as a arrow. But if I would delete the ending of the comment, that this means that this comment is endless. It will comment out everything that we have underneath of it. Also, it will render the page useless because we just commented out the closing body and the HTML tag. Control Z to undo this and Control Z to undo the comment again, or we could just comment it out. I could also comment out the title if I wish. You can comment out basically everything that is in this web page or that is in this HTML file. So let us comment this back in, and now let's go ahead and move on to our heading tag. Let's continue on with our elements and let's learn about the heading element. Now there are 6 heading elements in HTML. There's H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 being the smallest. Each heading element representing a different level of content in the document. The H1 will represent always the main heading, H2 will represent a subheading, H3 another subheading, and so far and so on. Now a tip from my part is always use one H1 per document or per HTML page. This is because of web crawlers, and also a page can only have one single title. You can have multiple subtitles, but only one title. Always use one H1 in your entire HTML page. Now let's go back to our code and let me show you exactly how they look. I'm just going to go above this text and let's type in H1, and Emmet will give us a opening and a closing tag. Within here, let's type in my page title. Hit save and the page title will appear. Now if I start copying this and change the H1 to A2, you'll see my page title appear once again, but this time it will be smaller. Let's also change this to subtitle. Hit save. Now let's copy this once again and let's change it to an H3. Remember, the opening and the closing tags should be an H3, and this will change it to a smaller subtitle. And we can continue on. Let me copy this 3 more times. I'm going to change the next one to a 4, a 5, and a 6. Hit save. You can see they're getting smaller, smaller, and smaller. Okay, next up, let's move on to the paragraph tag. Now let's talk about the HTML paragraph tag. A paragraph tag always starts on a new line, and it's usually a block of text. The browser, just like the headings, will add additional padding and margin to it above and below it. There's also some dummy text in HTML built in. This is called lorem ipsum. Now, lorem ipsum is a multi-line text that is not copyrighted, so you can use it anywhere. So let me actually show you how the paragraph tag actually looks and how it behaves. In order to create a paragraph tag, let's just go under our headings. Just type in P. This will create an opening and closing tag. And within here, we can type in anything that we want. My text, hit save, and it will appear as a paragraph. Now you can see that this, my text, and this right here are the same height and the same texture. The difference is that if I type in another paragraph tag, some text, hit save, the paragraph tag is a block level element and it will be added on the next line. Opposite to this simple text, which is just going to, if I take here a comma, it's type something something, it will just be added addition to this text. Doesn't even matter if I put here spaces and hit save again, Printer would automatically then update it and rearrange it, but it will still remain as a inline element. Opposite to the paragraph tag, which will be a block element. Block element meaning that it will take up a chunk of block. Now I did mention something about dummy text. Let me delete this text, we no longer need it. Create another paragraph tag and I will start typing in here lorem. And you can see that Emmet will recognize this lorem ipsum dollar sit Emmet and so forth and so on. Now this is a nonsensical text, but this is also the meaning of it. It will be a non-copyrighted text, which if you hit enter will look something like this, and also save it. Now there are a couple of tricks to lorem ipsum. If I, for example, to type in lorem and then 100 after it, then it will give me 100 words from lorem ipsum. If I would do just paragraph tag lorem 5, then it will only give me 5 words from lorem ipsum. You can see it will end after Emmet, and so far and so on. You can start and experiment with this on your own. Now I'm going to delete this and only leave the very first 2 paragraph tags. Okay, next up let's learn about the horizontal rule and the line break. And let's get started with the horizontal rule first of all. Let's move underneath our text and create another one. Let's create here lorem 5. And between these 2 paragraph tags, let's create a horizontal rule. Now this is defined by HR, enter, and if you hit save, you will see between my text and lorem ipsum a horizontal line. Now this, if I make it a bit larger, you'll see it is basically infinite and it takes up the entire width of the page. The HR tag defines the thematic break in the HTML page and it is most often displayed as a horizontal rule. This element is used to separate content or define a change in the HTML page. Now the HR tag is an empty tag, which means that it has no closing tag. The next step will be the line break. Let me create another lorem ipsum paragraph tag and lorem, let's say 10. Within this lorem, let's create a break. So this is defined by using the BR tag, and this will create a line break. So if I hit save, you'll see, actually, you know what? I didn't hit save before the lorem ipsum. So let me go back and now create it again. You will see the line breaking. Now you should use the line break if you want to break a line, obviously, and without also starting a new paragraph. Let's say you're in some kind of sentence. Let's say that we have a lorem, and let's create a 300, and let's just add a couple of line breaks. Let's add one here. Let's add one here, and you can see it's creating line breaks. Okay, so that's pretty much it for these 2 tags. I think we could now move on to the next one, which will be the content division element. The content division tag, also known as the div tag, you will hear me most often refer to it as the div tag, defines a division or a section in an HTML document. Normally the div tag is used as a container in an HTML document, and it is also later on styled using CSS or inline style, but inline style is pretty much out of date, excepting when you're going to use a framework like React. Then maybe you would use inline style again. And most often it is also manipulated using JavaScript. Actually, all of the elements are manipulatable using JavaScript. A div tag is easily styled using AID or its class attribute. And any sort of content can be placed into a div tag. So let me show you how this actually works. Let's move down in a paragraph tag or in a lorem ipsum and create a div tag. A div tag is, as I said, usually created by typing in div, hit enter, it has an opening and a closing tag, and we can type in here, again, lorem ipsum if you wish. It should be down here. You know what, I'm going to delete this part, this break line, like that, and we will have only our div tag. Hey, where are you? because this is not in a paragraph tag, and we will only remain with our div tag. Let's create another div tag, and let's say within here we're going to include a h2 with a subtitle, and after that we're going to include a paragraph tag with lorem 10, and as you can see, there are both in a div tag. Now later on you will see me adding IDs to this by using the ID property, ID 1, let's say, and also classes by using the class property. You can add IDs and classes to all of the elements, but we will take a look at this later on. So that's basically it for a div tag. Div tags are also block level elements. So if I would copy this and paste it once more, you will see it will not be inline, but will start on another block. So that's basically it for div tags. Before we move on into more complicated elements which have also attributes, let me talk a little bit about styling. The HTML style attribute is used to add style to an element, such as color, font, size, and much more you will see in a couple of minutes. Setting the style of a HTML element can be done with the style attribute. In order to do this, let's take for example the very last div and type in style. This is the attribute, you can also see here, contains CSS style declaration to be applied to the element. Let's hit enter. It will be followed by an equal sign and then in open and close quotations. Within these two quotations, we can type in a property followed by a value. So basically the syntax always looks like this. It is the element to be styled followed by the styled property. It is always applied to the opening tag. If it doesn't have a opening and closing tag and it has only one tag, then you can just apply it there. But it's always applied to the opening tag. Now it's followed by equal and then a property, which can be color, width, height, so far and so on. Then the value of the property, and then it is closed by a semicolon. If you want to have multiple properties, then we could just add another one right after this one, and then close it up again. Now let us add some kind of style to this. Let's say the very first thing that we wish to add is a color, and then the color should be red. Let's save this, and now you see that everything that it is in this div, the h2 and the paragraph tag, will have the color red. Now we can go further and add to the next element, to the h2, a style property again. Let's change the color of this. Let's type in again color, and let's say this one is going to be blue. Now although I declared that this entire div should have the color red, I can now overwrite this with the next property. You will also see in CSS, which is called cascading style, that the property or the value that is underneath the next one will overwrite the above one. You can also go to the paragraph tag, and let's say we're going to give this another style property, and within here let's say we're going to change the font weight of this to 900. Let's hit save. You will see the font weight increasing. Now if we wish to add multiple properties, then this could be followed by a semicolon, and let's change the text decoration to, let's say, underlined. Hit save, and now the text is underlined. Now remember that the property key is always a CSS property, and the value is always a CSS value. And we'll learn about CSS in just a couple of minutes. But we're not quite done with styling. This right here is called inline style. Basically, we are writing the style in line of the div element, of the element itself. But there is another way of doing this. Let's move up to the first div tag, and let's create here a style tag. Within the style tag, I'm going to target the div, just type in div, open and close curly brackets, and within here, whatever we type in, key value, let's say color with the value of green, hit save, is going to take effect for the div elements. Now as you can see, it's taking effect to both this div, this right here, and also the above div, because we just targeted all of the div elements within the HTML file. So if you're asking yourself why isn't it taking effect for this div, is because, as I said, cascading style sheet will be overwritten with the value that is underneath it. Now I could start and manipulate within these two brackets everything that I want to be manipulated for these div tags. I could change the text alignment, let's say to the center. As you can see, now it's taking effect for all of the div tags because I'm not changing color, I'm changing alignment. I could change the font size to, let's say, 36 pixels. I could change the font weight to 100. I could also add margin to the top, or let's say 36 pixels. This will push down each and every div with 36 pixels. Now later on we will see how we can target specific elements or specific divs by giving them IDs and classes. But for now that's it for styling, and let's move on. Next up, let's learn about lists. HTML lists allow web developers to group certain elements into a list. HTML has 3 types of lists: description list, ordered list, and unordered list. First, let's start with a description list. A description list is a list of terms with a description for each term. Let's go underneath our div tag. I'm actually going to scroll up here. The description list tag is a DL, which signifies the description list itself. Now, each list have items. The very first one will be a DT, which stands for the tag that defines the term name, and then a DD, which stands for defining the description of each term. So the DT, for example, will be coffee. Let's hit save. I'm going to go down here. You know what? I don't like this. Let me comment out the divs and also the style tag. So there we go. We have coffee here. And as I said, the DD will be the tag description for each item. So for coffee, we're going to have a DD with, let's say that the coffee is a black and hot drink. Hit save. And you can see that the item of the name will be pushed to the side. Now let's say I want to add another description to this term. DD made out of beans. Now let's create another description term. Again, a DT, let's say milk, and it has a DD of white and preferred cold, white and cold. And let's create another DD, comes from cows. Okay, so I think you get the idea with description lists. Next up, let's create a ordered HTML list. Now, a ordered HTML list, just like the name implies, has a order to it, meaning that each list item will be assigned a number. Now, in order to create an ordered list, we type in the keyword OL, ordered list, and for each list item, we have the keyword LI. For example, if I wish to create a grocery list, then I would need to buy coffee, then now list item buy milk, and I also need sugar, and there we go. We have 3 items in our list. Now there are also unordered lists. In order to create an unordered list, we just need to type in UL, and again we need our list items in order to create a list. Now if I would take this and copy it down here, you will see I'm going to get the same thing, but instead of having numbers, I'm going to get these small disks or bubbles. Now later on I'm going to show you how you can get rid of these bubbles, and also the most commonly used list is the UL. And on a personal note, I would always suggest to use unordered lists for example, navigation tags. So I think that's pretty much it for lists. Let's move on from this. HTML links are found in nearly each and every web page. They also help us to click through multiple pages. They're also known as hyperlinks and help us link to other pages, not only on our website, but on different websites. The HTML-A is what will be defined as the anchor tag, and it defines a hyperlink. Now the syntax is as following. We have an opening and closing anchor tag, and its property of href. Now this means whatever is going to reference. For example, I could send you from here to www.google.com, and after that we just need to add between the opening and closing brackets some kind of text. Let's say I type in here, go to Google, and down here go to Google will appear. The cursor will transform into a pointer. You can see as I'm hovering over it, it's going to transform to a pointer. The text is going to be blue and it's going to be underlined. Now if I click on this, it's going to send me to, well, to nowhere, because this is not how we define a web page. A web page is defined using the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, and also S for secure. Then it's followed by column, and then // And now if I hit save, and also go back to our page and click on Google, this will open up Google for me. Also, if you take a look in here, it is actually this part that is most important and not the www part. This stands for World Wide Web. So remember, you're not sending information to a website, but you're requesting a hypertext transfer protocol, and S stands for secure. Now, by default, the link page will be displayed in the current browser window. To change this, you must simply specify another target for the link. Now let's just go back, hit the back keyword, and I'm going to show you another property, which is the target property, or the target attribute. Now the target attribute specifies where to open the linked document. The target attribute can have one of the following attributes. It could be underscore, it always starts with underscore. It could be self, this is the default, it will open the document in the same window or the same tab. Then the blank, it opens the document in the new window or a new tab. The parent, which will open the document in the parent frame, and the top opens the document in the full body of the window. But I'm going to be honest, this is the only one that is actually used, is the blank one. So if I do this, hit save, and try to open Google up again, then it's going to be opened in another tab. Okay, so we can close this one up, and now we could also move on. Okay, now the final tag before we move on and create our web page, our blog web page, is the image tag. And image tags are used to, well, as the name implies, to implement images within your website. But images are not technically inserted into a website, they're linked to a web page. And this is why I want to show you link tags before we move on to image tags. Now the image tag actually creates a holding space for the image itself. So let me actually show you what I mean. In order to create an image tag, you just type in img. It has only an opening tag and it has two attributes. The first one being the source. And by the way, you can type in attributes in any order you wish. You can have the alt here and the source there. It doesn't really matter. Now, as I said, it has the source and the alt. The source stands for from where the image is coming. The alternate attribute stands for the placeholder if there is no image. So if I hit save, you'll momentarily see nothing here. But if I type in my profile pic and hit save now, you will see here my profile pic. And also having here, I think you already saw this multiple times in web pages, a broken image icon. But this signifies that this right here should actually be an image, and this signifies the name of the image that it should be. In order to insert the image, I will just create now, drag and drop now image of myself within here. There you go, that's a handsome fella. And now in order to access this image, you'll go into the source and now type in backslash, and this signifies that I'm in my current folder. Now I could just select from my folder, which is the HTML sandbox, the image tag. Hit save, and there we go. There's the image. Normally in a web page, images are held in an image folder. So let's go ahead, click in here. In our Explorer tab, create another folder. Let's call this img. Let's create a folder that is going to have the icon of an image. And let's drag and drop the image within this folder. Yes, I wish to move it. And now you'll see your image break again. Let's go into the source. I'm going to delete this. And how can we now access the image that is in this folder? Because if I type in slash, then the image is no longer there. What I do see is a image folder. So I'm going to go into the image folder, and from here, I'm going to select the image. Now this is called navigating up and down folders. Because I could, let me just delete this, I could actually go outside of this folder by typing in .. And this will now send me outside of my folder and go into my desktop. And if I was search here for HTML sandbox, just a second, HTML sandbox, within the HTML sandbox, select the image folder, and within the image folder, select the image itself, and the image is broken. Why is that? because this is not a absolute, because it's a relative path. So would need to remain within my folder, and this means to delete this part. Okay, now I don't want to move on from here. I still want to show you a couple of things. You just saw how the image was a inline tag. It was following this Google. I could wrap this into a div tag. Just create a div tag. Now I'm going to show you a bit of navigation. Just select the tag, the image tag completely, hold down Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, and the upward key. And this will move it into the next line. Now I am in my div tag, and let's say I want to change this div tag to a anchor tag. Just type in A, and this will change either both of them. If this didn't happen to you, then I think I forgot to tell you about the tag auto remain tag option, and this will rename both of the opening and closing tags. So just install this extension into Visual Studio Code. Okay, let's close up our extension tag and let's move back in here. Now the image is as large as the image pixels are. So in order to decrease the image, right after the Alt, or as I said, you can type in properties everywhere within the tag. Let's type in here a style property. Let's say that the width of the image would be just 300 pixels. Okay, now the image tag only has 300 pixels. It is much smaller. You could obviously play around with it, make it larger, smaller. But I wrapped it into an anchor tag because I wanted to show you something. I want to show you that although this is an image, I could still add a link to it. For example, I could now type in href for the link tag, and from here send you to a https column//norbertbm.com, and let's also use the target _ blank property. And now if I can click on the image, and this will send you to my website where you can find multiple tutorials and courses and many, many more blog posts and podcasts. So let's go back to our page. Let's close up this one. And as a final thought, I would just wanted to show you that if I would, for example, copy and multiply the image and change its height, for example, to 100, then it would be scaled down but still remain the same format because it is a square image. Now I could manipulate both the height and the width by just adding here not pixels but 100%, and this will give me the initial size of the image. Okay, so that's basically all about images. I think we can now move on and create our personal website, which will be a blog. HTML's semantic element stands for elements with meaning. Now, what is a semantic element? Well, a semantic element clearly defines the meaning of the element for the web browser and the user. Many websites contain a div with the ID of nav, or a ID of footer, or a class of header to indicate a navigation, a footer, or a header. That is extremely bad for web crawlers that are crawling your website, trying to understand what your website is about and also what the structure of your website is. In order to fix this, HTML5 implemented a couple of semantic elements that clearly define sections of the page. In order for us developers and web crawlers to have clarity about what this website means, the most commonly used HTML semantic elements are as following: article, aside, details, fig capture, figure, footer, header, main, mark, navigation, nav, section, summary, and time. In the next couple of minutes, you're going to learn how to structure a website by using semantic elements in order to build your own blog. And I'm also going to give you my personal recommendations on how to use what and where. Before we get started using semantic elements, we need to create our folder structure. Let's go into our HTML sandbox on our desktop, so in the folder itself. Let's create a new folder and let's call this my-blog. In this folder is where we're going to create our entire website. In order to access this folder, although you already see it here, we want to be able to only work in this folder, so not in the HTML sandbox, but only in this folder. Now I could concentrate or specify Visual Studio Code to only concentrate on this folder by just dragging it and dropping it here. Next up, let's create our index.html file, index.html. We already know that this is the core file for any website. Let's hit enter. Let's create a boilerplate, hold down shift, exclamation mark, enter. And let's also give it a title, my blog. Let's hit save, right click, open with live server, and your website should open up in your default web browser. Let's drag it, put it here to the side, and we're good to go. Now, don't worry about this folder. This is just automatically created from Visual Studio Code, and it has a JSON settings file which just tells us that the live server will run on port 5501. You can just ignore this folder and this file. Let's close it up. And next up, we're going to get started with our very first HTML semantic tag, which is the header. The header element represents a container for introducing content or a set of navigational links. A header element typically contains one or more heading elements, which range from 1 to 6, as you know. They also can contain logo icons or authorship information. Now, in my experience, you could have multiple header elements in one web page, but you should avoid placing header elements into footers, address elements, or multiple header elements within one another. Now, let's take a look at where you should place your header element and what it can contain. Let's go into our body element. And in order to create a header element, we're just going to type out header, enter, space, and now let's create a H1. Let's say this is going to be Jane Doe. You can always obviously type in your own name. I'm just going to use a pseudonym. Let's also create a horizontal line. And for now, that's basically it. So header element can contain a heading, H1, and we also added a line break. Next up, let's create a navigation. The nav element defines a set of navigational links. A best practice is to always keep all of the nav links inside the nav tag. Now, the nav element is mostly intended for major blocks of navigational links. Browsers such as screen readers for disabled users can use this element to determine whether to render or to omit the initial rendering of the content. So let me show you how the nav tag actually looks. We're going to go above our H1, but remaining within our header, we're going to type in nav. This is going to create an opening and closing nav tag. Within here, we're going to start out creating an unordered list. As I said, unordered lists are extremely useful for creating navigations. Then we're going to use a couple of list items. And within here, we're going to type in home, for example. Now I could copy this multiple times, but I'm going to show you a little trick. I'm going to delete this, type in li, and this is using emmet again. Then I'm going to multiply this times 4. This is going to give me 4 list items. So in the first one, I'm going to type in H, and then you could type in home, and so on and so on. But navigational links should actually be links. So instead of using LIs, we are going to wrap each list item into an anchor tag. Now again, this should look something like this, anchor tag, and within the anchor tag, we're going to create a list item. But again, we can use a shortcut in order to create this. This is why a code editor is extremely helpful. We're going to type in anchor tag, then greater than sign, which means it's going to include a li, and then we're going to wrap everything into parentheses, go outside and multiply it by 4. And you can see emmet is going to show me that it's going to give me 4 anchor tags. Each one is going to include a list item. Next up, we're going to type in home, within the list items, then blog, then about, and the last one is going to be contact. And there we go, we have our navigation. This is now clickable. It's obviously not going to send us anywhere, but we're going to take care of this a bit later on. A section tag defines a section in a web page. And that's pretty much it. So let me actually show you how this works. Let's go underneath our HR, let's hit there, enter, and type in section. This is going to create an opening and a closing section tag. Within here, we're going to create an image tag. Let's give it the alternate name of my profile pic. After that, we're going to create a div. And within this div, we're going to create a paragraph tag with just a lorem ipsum. After the paragraph tag, but still remaining within our div, we're also going to create a button. The button is going to contain an anchor tag, and the description will be read more and ... So what we did here, we defined a section form which reaches from here to here, which will contain an image, a div, and this div is going to contain a paragraph tag and a button. Now, why did I do this? Because I want to be able not only style this later on, but also for the web crawlers to know that this is a separate section within the header. Next up, let's create a folder within our main folder called Images, or IMG. And within here, I'm going to drag and drop a profile image. Now you can choose whatever image you wish. I just grabbed one from the internet. You can go to whatever free website where you could get stock photos and just grab onto a rectangular image, I would suggest. So not a square one, not a panoramic one, but a rectangular. Okay, now let's add this image to our site, and we're just going to choose the path, which is dot within the folder /, then choose the images folder, img, then / again, and choose the file within the folder. Hit save, and our image should be, well, it's blown up a bit. We're going to take care of this a bit later on. So you know what? I'm just going to comment this out until we're going to get to styling. So for now, let's move on. The main tag specifies the main content of the document. The content inside the main tag should always be unique to the document. Now, this means that it should not contain any type of content that is repeated throughout multiple pages. For example, sidebars, navigational links, copyright claims, site logos, and search forms. Let me also give you a couple of best practice tips. You should always use only one main tag within your entire document, and the main tag should not be a descendant of an article, a sidebar, a footer, a navigation, a header. It is always the main tag. It is separate from any kind of other tags, excepting a derivative class of container, which I'm going to show you later on. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let me show you how this works. Now, as I said, the main tag should be outside of everything. And just a little bit of tip here, a personal tip, you can close, because this is the header tag. In Visual Studio Code, you can close tags by just clicking on that sign right there. Now, this didn't delete or get rid of the elements within the tag. It is just going to close it up in order for us to gain some real estate. Now we're going to go underneath the header and we're going to create a main tag. Within the main tag, we can now create multiple sections. So let's just create one section. Within here, I'm going to create an H2, which is going to be the subtitle, and we're going to type in here recent and posts. Also, a bit of navigational tips. If you hold down Command or Control, just going to jump. It's a bit different between Mac and Windows, but it's going to jump from starting to the end of a sentence or a tag. Next up, let's create an H3, which is going to be another smaller subtitle. And we're going to type in here, check out my latest posts and travel vlog. Actually, just one vlog because it's the latest. After that, we're going to create a paragraph tag and just going to type in here a lorem ipsum. Now, next I want to create a article, and a article tag specifies independent or self-contained content. This is just a personal tip, but the article should always make sense, and it should be possible to distribute it independently from the rest of the site. Now, there are a couple of potential sources for an article element, for example, for forum posts, for blog posts, for news stories, so far and so on. So this is the best example because we are going to use articles for our blog posts. Now, also best practice tip, because the article element does not render as anything special in a browser, you can use CSS to style the article element. So let's go underneath our paragraph tag and let's just create a div, and within the div we're going to create an article tag. Let me also now open up the finished project so we could always have it as a reference, and let's go down to the post section. Now this right here is the article. It contains an image, it contains the text, and it also has the container itself. So let's go back to our code and let's start up by creating our image tag. Now again, everything is in the repository, in the GitHub repository, so you can just download any kind of specific files. Now for the image, I need to copy in the images from our repository. There are 6 images. I'm going to just copy them into our image folder. There we go. You can basically just grab them, drag and drop. Now let's add the very first image, which will be dot, go one level up, images folder and the image 1. We could also add the alternative of img, actually post img and -1. Let's go back to our file. There we go. There's our image. You know what? I'm going to give this a inline style just to mess with our settings here. And let's say 100, actually 200 pixels for the width. Okay, this is going to make it smaller. And as we saw in our finished project, let's also add some kind of text. I'm going to use a H4 and a lorem, and let's just use a lorem 4. Okay, so there's our text right there. Now we can just go ahead and copy this article two more times, so 1, 2, and let's change the source of the image to 2, also this one to 2, this one to 3, and this one to 3. If we hit save, 3, whoa, what am I doing? Then we're going to have all 3 images displayed in a column, and all 3 of them are now in an article. And we're obviously going to use CSS later on to style them. Okay, so next up, let's take a look at some audio files. The HTML audio element is used to play audio files on a web page. It also has a couple of controls as attributes. The control attribute adds audio controls to this element. For example, like play, pause, stop, and volume. But I think it's better to actually show you this. So let's go into our code editor. First things first, I'm going to go underneath our section tag. So before the closing nav tag, I'm going to create another section because this section is going to be for our podcast. As you can see in our finished project right here, this is where our podcast section will live. And in order for us to have a bit more clarity, I could close up this section, which is, as you can see, extremely useful for having sections also in the coding process of the web page. Within the section, I'm going to create a title again, H2. Let's give it a name of my podcast, and underneath of it, let's create our first audio tag. We're just going to type in audio, and then it's going to ask us for a source. But for the source, I'm actually going to take this and wrap it into another tag. So I'm going to delete the source from here and add a source tag. Now the source element allows you to specify alternative audio files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format. Now the text between, if I would type in here something, it's always so funny, this will only be displayed in browsers that do not support the audio element. Now let's add a source to the source tag, so src, and for this I'm going to create within our folder a new folder, call it audio, and I'm going to drag and drop a audio file within it. Again, everything is in the repository on GitHub. Now let's tell the source where to find the audio files. We're going to go dot within the folder, in audio, and the audio file. As soon as we hit save, you'll be wondering where is the audio file, where we're missing something. We're missing the controls attribute. After you have a controls attribute, you can now play your audio file. So let's just click on play, and we're going to have a nice piano sound. Now we could also have it to play automatically when the web page loads by using the autoplay attribute and set it to true. So equals and the keyword true. And this just means when the page refreshes, it's going to automatically be played. Now we can set this to false, and on refresh, the audio file will no longer play. On the other hand, you could also use iframes. Now, the iframe tag specifies an inline frame. An inline frame is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. So the iframe syntax, let me actually comment this out, looks something like this. Type in iframe, and then you're going to have your source, which is going to be a URL. And then it's going to have a title and a description and so far and so on. So this means I could actually integrate within here my own podcast. If you have one, you could obviously integrate it yourself. And this is usually done. Let me actually show you this. For example, if you would open up the source code and go to see the podcast or to see my podcast, you know where you have your sharing button. You obviously saw this little icon, but if you click on share, and then click on this little code snippet right here, which is embedding, then you can just paste it in and you should have a podcast now. Now, as you can see, the iframe includes everything that you need, which also includes styling and the source for the podcast. Now, I'm just going to short delete this because I want to pack this podcast into an article and also in a div, not a dir. A div. I'm going to paste it within here. And I'm doing this for later styling purposes only. Okay, so I think we can now move on to the footer tag. The footer tag defines the footer for a document or a section. A footer element typically contains one of the following or multiple of the followings: a authorship information, copyright information, contact information, sitemap, back to the top link, So a link which will send you back to the top. You obviously saw that in multiple websites, and also related document. You can also have several footer elements in one document. On a personal note, I wouldn't suggest that, but you can have them, and multiple sites have them, but I find them really confusing. So let's take a look at the footer tag. Back in our code editor, let's go underneath the main tag, right before the body tag, the closing body tag. Now we can create our footer tag. Just type in footer, hit enter, and there we go. Let's add a authorship down here. Let's use a paragraph tag, and within here I'm going to use an anchor tag. Let's say in heart, media, and education. And I'm going to use my personal site here, so https column / norbertbm.com. Okay, there we go. We have down here our footer. We're going to also use styling to edit this later on. And if we click on this, then it should open up a new page. And in order to do that, we need to add our target and blank property. So if I would click on this, it should open up the web page in a new tab, obviously. Now let's close this one up, and above our paragraph tag, I'm not going to create a nav, which, as I said, footers can also contain navigation. So let's create here nav. I'm going to use a unordered list, which is going to include a anchor tag. I'm actually going to use parentheses here, anchor tag, which is going to include a li, and I'm going to multiply this 4 times again, hit enter, and now I can type in here home, blog, about, and contact. Okay, and we also have our navigation down in the footer section. Now we're going to populate this just in a couple of seconds when we're going to learn about symbols and icons. Next up, let's learn about HTML symbols and icons. Now, symbols that are not represented on your keyboard can also be added using entities. Many mathematical, semantical, or currency symbols are not represented on your keyboard, but they can be added to HTML. To add such symbols to HTML, you can either use the entity name or the entity number, which is normally represented by a hexadecimal number, or actually a symbol. There are countless symbols in HTML, ranging from mathematical symbols to Greek letters to other entities. Now I'm going to leave you with a link for where you can find all of the symbols if you wish to check them out for yourself. But for now, let's just stick with the copyright symbol, and I'm going to include it in the navigation. And after that, we're going to move on to icons, which are on a regularly used basis. Back in our code editor, let's go down to the navigation in the footer, and right in the paragraph tag, we're going to use a symbol for the copyright sign. Now this is ampersand, type in copy, and then semicolon. You can see it turns blue, and if you take a look down here and hit save, you will see, wait a second, there we go, there's the copyright sign. You can also type in the date, let's say 2023, hit save again, and you should see copyright 2023. Now right underneath this nav, let's create another nav, but I'm just going to copy this nav, paste it, and delete the text, and actually delete all the LIs, so all the list items. Let's delete them, and we're going to be left with anchor tags. Now I'm going to use a multi-selector, and this means, for example, I'm going to click here right after the last quotation and before the greater than sign, then hold down Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and click through all of them. Then space, target equals, and underscore blank. And you just learned how to type in the same thing in multiple places at once. Now, in order to use icons, we're going to go to a website called Font Awesome. Now, Font Awesome is the most commonly, actually let me open it also up because I already had it on the side. Font Awesome is the most commonly used website on the market for icons. You could use let me actually make this larger. You could use Font Awesome to set up a new account, but I wouldn't suggest that, only if you wish to use the paid version. What you could actually do is open up a new tab, go to CDN.js, and from here you're going to choose Font Awesome. So CDN.js, search for Font Awesome, click on it, and copy this URL link right here. This is the all minified CSS for Font Awesome. Now we're going to copy this link, so it's copied. We're going to go to our code, and now we're going to go up in our head. Now right before our title element, you're going to go in here and paste the CDN in. Now this is the link from where Font Awesome is going to be pulled down. But this is only the link. What we want to have is go back to CDN and copy the link tag. Just wanted to show you how the link actually works. Now in the link tag is going to refer to that link that I just showed you. After you have copied this, you can now go down in your footer and insert your very first icon. A icon tag is the formerly known emphasize tag or italic tag. Now if you hit enter and let me go back to our site. If I would type something in between this tag, let's say Norbert, my font style will be italic. Now this is no longer used because there's another tag which is called EM for emphasize. This basically does the same thing. And now the I tag is used for inserting icons within your projects. So I'm going to delete Norbert and now go to Font Awesome. You know what? I'm going to now close up the CDN and drag and drop Font Awesome in here and also close up the podcast site. Now from Font Awesome, let's click on this icon, on the search icon, and let's start searching for a icon. In our finished project, if we take a look, in our footer, we have a Instagram icon, a YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Pinterest. So let's search for Instagram. And there we go. We can already see Instagram appearing. We just need to click on it and then click on this icon right here. Now you can see that this has an opening and a closing tag, and within this icon and within the opening tag, there is a class of FA, which stands for Font Awesome, then dash brands because Instagram is a brand, and then FA and dash Instagram. So let's just copy this and I'm going to delete this icon tag that I created it and paste this one in. Now we should see down here, if I'm working correctly, the Instagram icon. Okay. Now, if you don't see this, that you must most likely copy it in the CDN incorrectly. If I would to comment out the CDN up in our link tag, hit save, then the icon will no longer appear. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this back in. Now go down to our footer and actually let me indent this a bit. This is how it should look. I'm going to copy the icon tag. You know what? I'm going to show you how to create one. So icon tag, let's go back in here, class, then FA-brands, then FA again, a second class of, let's say, YouTube. And now this should give me the YouTube icon. And we could do the same thing for the next one, which if we take a look in our finished project was Twitter. So let's copy this and let's just replace this with Twitter. Then let's add another one, which is going to be Facebook, and another one. I actually need to copy the entire anchor tag here. Let's copy the entire anchor tag and type in Pinterest. And we should have all 5 icons now. Okay, perfect. Now the fun thing about this is that we could actually link up Instagram, Pinterest, and so far and so on. So for example, if I would type in our very first anchor tag, HTTPS, I have too many T's there, PS column / Instagram.com, hit save, and then click on this icon, then it will open up Instagram. It will actually open up my Instagram, so I'm not going to show you this. Also the same thing for YouTube. So if you would paste in, for example, here your own YouTube page, and someone would click on it, then you can send him to your own YouTube page. Okay, so I think you got the hang of how this works. Now please add the rest of them. If you have a Twitter account, that you can add it. If you have a Facebook account, then you can add that one. And if you have a Pinterest account, then you could also add that one. If you don't have them, or if you have something else, then please go ahead, feel free to add them on your own later on. Okay, so that's pretty much it for symbols and icons. We can now move on to CSS. Okay, it's time to get started with CSS. Now, CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet, and CSS determines how elements are displayed on the screen. CSS also saves us a lot of work because it can control the layout of multiple web pages at once. External style sheets are stored in CSS files, and I'm going to create a couple of them throughout this course. So let's check out how we can create a CSS file and how we can link it up with our HTML file. Back in our code editor, in our main folder, we can now create a new file called style.css. CSS is the extension that each cascading style sheet needs. Also, you can see the icon changing. Now, this name of style, you can either choose style, main. People go with multiple choices. Also, you will see later on when we're going to have a specific file for a specific page, we're going to name the file exactly as the page, just to have some kind of concurrency. Now, let's hit enter. It will automatically throw us in the CSS file, but we actually want to go back in our HTML and link up the CSS file in our HTML. Now we need to go up in our header, and usually CSS files are loaded before anything else. So it needs to be linked up before the title. Let's go underneath this link tag that we had from Font Awesome. Let me also type in here a comment. Why didn't I do this earlier on? So let's create a comment, Font Awesome CDN. So just that we know what's in there, and our style CSS file. Okay, now we're going to create a link tag. Within this link tag, the href will refer to the position or the location where the CSS file is located. Now our CSS file is located right within our folder, so we're just going to type in style.css and it automatically recognizes that it's here. Now how can we check if this is working? We're just going to go to our CSS, let's grab onto our body tag, just type in body, and let's say background color, and we're going to change it to red, hit save, and the entire background color changed to red. This means that the CSS file is up and running, it is working, and it is linked up with our HTML file. Now this is the perfect moment to talk about the syntax of CSS. As you can see here, we have our element that is to be selected. We can also select classes and IDs later on. I'm going to show you how we can do that. Then comes the property. This is the property. A background color is a property. And then comes the value, which is red in our case. Now let's remove this because this is actually bogus. Let's save. Let's go up, scroll up in our page. Let's take this chain though. Now we know that this chain though is actually in a H1. We know that we have only one H1 in our entire web page. We're going to select this, open and close curly brackets, and everything that happens within these curly brackets will now be applied to this H1. Let's say we're going to text align. I'm going to go through all of this later on. I just want to show you how CSS works. So let's text align. This means the alignment of the text can be center and justify left, right, and start. Let's just say center. This is going to push the text to the center of the page. Then let's also increase the font size. For this, we're just going to type out font and size, and let's increase it to 96 pixels. Now, something really quick about pixels. Usually pixels are the default display unit of a web page. You could also use centimeters, RAM, EM, percentages, and so far and so on. We're not going to go into too much detail, but the usual size, the usual pixel size of a text is 16 pixel. For example, if you're going to take the paragraph tag and increase the font size to 16, just take a look at this paragraph tag, 16 pixels, hit save, nothing changes. If I increase it to 32, which is actually double, and hit save, then it increased. As you can see, at 16, it remains exactly the same. This is the default size of almost any web page, 16 pixels. And then we're going to go to multiples of 16 and divisions of 16, or we could just type in 20. If you're fancying some kind of strange number, then you could just type in 20, or whatever number you wish. But I usually go multiples of 16 or half multiple. So I could add to, let's say, to the 16 a 8, and it would be 24 then. This would also be a 1 unit plus a half of a unit. And also later on, so 24 pixel would be 1.5 RAM. This will always multiply, REM will always multiply the default value, which is 16 pixel, with the number that you type in here. If I do this, you see nothing changes, but if I do 2.5, then it's going to multiply 16 times 2.5, which is, I know how much it is. Let's just say the half of it will be 32, and then a half again, so it would be 40. And just type in 40 pixels, and it should not change. 40 pixels, yeah, exactly, it's 40 pixels. 2.5 RAM is 40 pixels. Yes, I'm a math genius. No, I'm not. So let's delete this paragraph tag, and let's continue on with our H1 here. Let's also say we want to add a all-around margin, and we're going to get into margins later on, and it's going to be 64 pixels. It's going to push down, bottom, left, and right. It's going to add a bit of margin, and well, let's just remain at this for now. Okay, so here's our title, Jane Doe, nice and smooth. Let's see, is this the same height? Yeah, this is the same thing. We're going to change this later on, but for now, this is how you can style elements. You know what? Let's also take care of the nav. Let's take the nav element. Now I'm just selecting elements, okay? And it's going to select all of the navs within our text. So let's do a text align to the center, and let's give it a margin from the top of, let's say, 45 pixels. And there we go. So you can see we can select elements and we can modify their status. We can modify how they look. We can modify their position. We can modify colors, backgrounds. We're going to learn all about this a bit later on. Okay, let's actually move on to selectors. Now, a CSS selector selects the element you want to style. We can divide CSS selectors into 5 categories. First one being the simple selector, which selects element based on their name or their ID on their classes. Then there are the combined selectors. They select elements based on the specific relationship between them. Then there are pseudo-class selectors. They will select element based on a certain state. You will see later on how we can do that. Then there are pseudo-element selectors. These select and style a part of an element. And then there are the attribute selectors. So we have attributes, and we can also select elements based on their attributes, or select only the attribute and style that. For example, you will see later on selecting the placeholder from an input tag. Usually when you do your forms and you see complete your name, you can select specifically the part of the input. Okay, so let's just give a short example how we can navigate and go deeper into elements by using simple selectors. Now with this select our navigation here, now this is directly selecting this navigation, and also, let me just scroll down a bit, the bottom navigation. You can see it has the same style. We just styled it by moving everything to the center and increasing the margin from the top. So what I want to do next, if we take a look in our HTML and go to the header and open up the header, and there's the nav, you will see we have our UL, an unordered list. In our navigation, we have our anchor tags, and we also have our LIs, which are then between the anchor tags. I'm going to teach you now how you can specify or be specific in selections. Now, from the nav, for example, if you don't want to select all of the unordered lists in a web page, or all of the anchor tags, or all of the list items, you can select only the, for example, only the unordered list from the nav, the UL, and this will only select this UL. Okay, so let's say we want to display this as flex. We're going to learn about display flex later on, and we want to justify the content. Also hit save so you can see what is happening. So you're just going to display it as flex. We're going to flex in the row, and we're going to justify the content by space between the elements. You know what? I'm actually going to use space around the elements. Around. There we go. Okay, now this will select, or this will actually do both of them. And because our LAS, our icons down here also are in a navigation, it will also be applied to them. We can also go deeper and select the anchor tags from the UL. So nav, UL, and within the UL, the anchor tags. So if we go back to our HTML, they will see in the UL, the following one is the anchor tag. Now we can select the anchor tag, and let's just say we want to get rid of this underline. So we're going to say text and decoration. We're going to set it to none. If you want to have it underlined, then you could also do so, underline, or you could do it dotted. We're going to set it as none and leave it that way. Just going to take out the underline from all of the anchor tags within the navigation only, because you will see here, it's a perfect example. This is also in a anchor tag, but it's still underlined, so it doesn't take any effect because it's not in this navigation. Now let's go even deeper and select the list items. So I'm just going to copy this time, delete the content, and go once down and select the LI, so the list items. I'm just going to change the color of the list items to black. I'm going to learn about colors a bit later on. I could also take out those small disks by just typing in list style type. Instead of disk, I'm going to set this to none. This is going to take out all of those little dots. Okay, now it's time to learn about IDs and classes. So let's take a look at how IDs work. Now, HTML element can be assigned IDs, and also those IDs can be then later on selected throughout CSS, also JavaScript, but that's not the focus of this course. Now, the HTML ID attribute is used to specify the unique ID of the element. Also, you should, my tip for you, should always have one ID for one element, and that ID you should never ever use again in the entire code. IDs are really unique for each element. Now you can create IDs by using the ID attribute and then give it a name. So let me actually show you how the syntax works. Let's go back to our HTML and let's start assigning a couple of IDs. Let's say, for example, this navigation. We have a navigation up at the top, and we also have a navigation, actually two navigations, one at the bottom here, which is for the social icons, and oops, sorry about that, and one here, which is, well, the ID for the bottom navigation. So I want to be able to differentiate between these IDs. So I'm just going to take the nav, and always attributes are added to the starting or the opening tag. I'm going to type in ID, this is the attribute, then equal to, and between those two quotations, I'm going to give it a name. For example, I will give this the name of main nav. Also sections, let me actually go to the next one. Let's go down to the footer section, and the footer ID, so the nav, sorry about that, the footer nav, well, it should have maybe the ID, you could get fancy with this one, footer nav. The next navigation is for social icons, so we could give this, not there, but the nav, the ID of social nav, social nav. You know what, I'm going to drag this just a bit to the right side, and because I have both of them here open, you can actually close up the Explorer by clicking on the Explorer or Control or Command B, PC or Mac, okay? So we can have a bit more real estate here. So let's go back to the top. Let's go ahead and add also to our sections, because we have multiple section tag. Now, if I would do something to a section tag in CSS, then I would style all of the sections. So maybe I want to be able to style specific sections, and for that I'm going to need specific identifications. Now, how about we're going to take this section and we're going to call it ID, and let's give it a name of the about. Okay, so this portion right here at the top is going to be the about section. How about the next one? Well, we could add to this one, because this is the post section. Let's say we're going to give this the ID of recent post. Let's also go down to the next section, which is the podcast section, which is this one. And let's also give this the ID of podcast. Now you can see how easily identifiable, if I would close up these navigations and sections, how easily identifiable now these portions of the code are. You can see we have a section of recent post, podcast, we have navigation for the footer, for social media, and also if we go up here, close up this section, we have a about section, and we have a top navigation. Now, on a personal note, I wouldn't give the header any kind of IDs. The header is mostly used in the header section of the page, and it is a section. It is the header. So I don't see any need to give the header a ID, because headers, well, I usually use one header. Now, how about adding some specific style to the main navigation? So let's go into CSS. And the way we select now a ID, because we have this nav and it has the ID of main nav, is by using the asterisk or the hash and then the ID name. So you don't need the nav, you only need, because the ID is unique, you just need the name of the ID, which is main nav. And if I do here a quick background color red, then only this navigation will have the background color of red. You can see this one doesn't have it and this one doesn't have it. If I would change this to red, so if I would give all of the navigations the background color red, then all of the navs will have a red background color, and we're going to delete this. Okay, let's start styling our top navigation. I'm going to delete this background color of red, and I'm going to give this a max width of 400 pixels. Okay, so the maximum possible width of this navigation will be 400 pixels. We're going to go into width and heights a bit later on. And also I'm going to give it a margin, an all-around margin of 35 pixels. And if I would now add a second value here, then this would mean for one value, this would mean top, let me just show you here. So top, right, bottom, left for one value. If I add two values, then for example, auto, then just take a look at the navigation, because it's slightly to the left side. Hit save, is going to be pushed to the center, because now I have 45 pixels top and bottom, This is what this means if I have only two values, and auto left and right. Now let's go even further. Let's say that the main nav, so once again, select the main nav, and we can select two elements at once, so two IDs at once. If I use comma and the footer nav, then this will select and style both the main nav and the footer nav. And let's say we're going to transform the text, so text transform to uppercase. And let's take a look. I didn't hit save for now. This nav and the bottom nav, and now if I hit save, then the text will have a uppercase, or the text will be uppercase. So both of these navigations are now styled with the property of text transform and the value of uppercase. Now let's select the social media nav. So hash social nav, and from this I'm going to select the unordered list, and from this I'm going to select the icons. So this means this is going to impact only the icons within the unordered list within the ID of social nav, so down here. And I'm going to increase now the font size to 32 pixels. Let's take a look. It just increased the font size, and I'm also going to change the color to black. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I think you got the grip on how we can select elements by their ID. So now let's move on to classes. Now HTML elements can also have classes, or the class attribute, and they can be selected by their class attribute in CSS and also in JavaScript. Still not the point of this course. The HTML class attribute is then used to specify a class for an element, and multiple HTML elements can share the same class, opposite to IDs, which can be only one. Also, elements can have multiple classes, specifying different attributes and different types of styles depending on different conditions. So let's take a look at how we can assign classes and how we can then grab onto them and style them in CSS. In order to create a class, let's first of all go back to our HTML. And now let's go to our main navigation. Let's open it up. Let's go down to our list items, to our very first list item of home. Let's add a space here and type in class, and this will add a class property. Now I'm going to name this li, or assign this list item the class of nav-item. In order to assign this nav class item to the other list items, I could either then copy it in, or I could do something like, again, select one, select the next one using options or alt on a PC, the next one, and type in class again, and then nav item. Okay, now this right here is the top nav. How can we now select these classes? Let's go to CSS, let's go to a CSS file. In order to select this class, we're going to type in a dot, then nav, and then item. The dot is the selector for classes, as the hash is the selector for IDs. Dot refers to classes. So let's say we're going to change all of the colors of the nav items to color and gray. If I hit save, all of the list items are now gray, excepting the bottom ones, because we don't have the class of nav item on them, although we are going to add it later on. So let's go back to HTML, and because this right here is pretty much similar to what we have in our footer nav, we could just take it, copy and paste it in here. And now they also have the gray color. But how about indicating that we are on a certain page? Because this right here will be the home page, and we're not on the blog page, for example, or we're not on the about page. How about we're going to turn this home into a, let's say, red color. Let's go back to CSS, and let's say if a nav item also has the class of active, then the color of that item should be, for example, black or red or whatever color you wish. Now you can see that nothing is happening, because now we need to go back to HTML, and within here, our very first item, wait a second, we are in a footer nav, so we're going to go up here. In a home nav, we are not going to add it here as a word, because this would mean active, and this is not how this works. We need to add a space and then the keyword active, and now you will see that this one is black, the color of this item. If I would move around now this item, let's say I'm going to cut it out and paste it in here, then the blog would be, or this would signify that this one is the active one. I'm going to move it back, and let's go ahead and add a couple of classes to our web page. Let's say, for example, that within our About section, this lonely div right here should have the class of img and description. And now just a tip from my side. You can see this div surrounds this paragraph tag and this button. Now this means that I want to be able to style both the paragraph tag and the button by grabbing onto something. And this is why I'm adding this class to this package. I'm going to also comment in this picture right here. And let's just add a inline style here of width, and let's add a 400 pixel. Should be 400, and close it up here. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's our lady, and there's the image description, lorem ipsum with a button. Now let's move down to the posts area, so our recent posts. And let's say that this h2 is actually a subtitle, so let's add a class and call it subtitle. And I could also add the same class to the h3. Now next up, we have a couple of divs here, actually one div. This div surrounds a couple of articles. Now let's be a bit more specific with this div. Let's say that this div has the class of posts, and each article will have the class of post. I'm going to take this and copy it in to each article, and then we're a bit more specific with our web page. So in our posts, we have 3 posts. Again, down here in our podcast, we have an h2, and this should also have a class of subtitle. And because our article down here feels a bit lonely, let's give this the class of podcast and container, because this contains the podcast. Now, because this contains the podcast, we could actually give this div a class of podcast. And later on, we're going to add to this a podcast description and also a bit more information. But this is something for a later video. So I hope you got classes, and we can now move on to colors. In CSS, colors are specified using color names, or RGB, which stands for red, green, and blue, or hexadecimal numbers, or RGBAs, which A stands for alpha. And we can specify not only color of the text, but we can also specify background colors. So let's get into colors and later on into background colors. Let's go again to our nav items. So right here. And let's give an example. We already saw how nav named colors look like. This is a name color, gray is a name color, black is a name color. We can then change the color, for example, to a hexadecimal color. I can change the gray color to a dark color or completely black by using the hexadecimal number of 00 and 0. This is the lowest color or the darkest color that a hexadecimal number can go to. Now, again, cascading style sheet CSS means that it's cascading. Wherever I define next as a key value pair is going to override the above one. So this is why the color now turned black without me deleting this property here. We could also use RGB colors. Let me just scroll up a bit. RGB colors, again, we're going to specify the color. Again, we're going to specify the keyword of color, and then we can just type in RGB. Now, again, RGB stands for red, green, and blue, as you can see down here. And the alpha would stand for, or the RGBA would stand for red, green, blue, and alpha. Let's first of all try out a RGB. For example, I could go with a 253. Now, RGB colors range from 0 to maximal 255. Now, if I go now with a green color of 0 and a blue color of 0, then I would remain with the red color. But I'm going to leave all of them, actually delete all of them. No, let me leave them in here, and I'm going to comment them out. And let's go now to our active color. And let's say then when the site is active, I don't want to have a black color, but what I actually do want to have is a purple color. Now let's type in color, and I'm going to use now a hexadecimal number of 7224D8. This will give me a purple color. Also, I can now change the font weight of this by using font weight, and let's change it to 500, which is a medium font weight. Let's now grab onto the image description, to this right here. Let's go to our index and grab onto the image description class, which you have here. We can just copy it, go back into CSS, dot, in order to select it. And from here, we're going to change the background color to, let's say, a hexadecimal number of E0 C0A9. This should be AE, sorry about that, which is going to give me a beige color. Now I'm going to copy this. I'm going to show you something. If I hover over this, it's going to give me the color palette. From here I can change the colors, I could change the opacity of the color, I could also move around it from here by clicking and holding it down. And I could also click up here, and instead of having a hexadecimal color, then I will get a HSL color, a HWB, a RGB, and so far and so on. Now I'm going to remain, let me just copy this again, with this color, but I just want to show you that it's possible. Furthermore, let's go ahead and change the color of the text. So I'm going to select the image description again, and within this image description, we know that we have a paragraph tag. So let's select that paragraph tag and let's change the color to a hexadecimal color of 333, which is a light dark color. Also for the button, let's go in the image description and let's select the button tag. Now from here, I'm going to change the background color of the button to a dark color, so a hexadecimal number of 000, and let's transform the text, so use text and transform to uppercase. Now the only problem that we have is the anchor tag within the button is still purple. We're going to just copy this, the image description, the button, and within this, the anchor tag should have the color of hash FFF, which is a completely white color. Okay, so I hope you understand colors. Let's move on to background. The CSS background property is used to add effects to the background of an element. Now that you know how to set the background color, you will also learn how to set the following properties: the background image, background repeat, background attachment, background position, and also the shorthand, which just type in background and you could add all of them. Now let's go back to our code and let me actually give you an example for this. Let's go down to our footer. Let's just take our footer, take a look at our footer. And now let's grab onto the footer tag. And let's say I want to change the background color of my footer. So background color, and let's change it to RGB, not RGBA, RGB of 224 for the red, 129 for the green, and 169 for the blue. Okay, so we have our beige color again. I accidentally clicked. Let's now make this a bit transparent. And I could achieve this by using a opacity property. Let's set the opacity to 0.3. Now you see that the background, and not only the background, but also the text within it has an opacity. But what I actually wanted is the background to only have the opacity of 0.3. So in order to achieve this, we're going to use another property, not the RGB, but the RGBA. So I'm going to comment this out in order for you to have it. And I'm going to type in just background this time. Now for the background, I'm going to set a RGBA, so a red, green, blue, and a alpha of the same color, 224, 192. I'm tabbing through this. Okay, so tab is going to jump to the next one. 169 for the blue and 0.3. And now if I hit save, you will see that only the background has a opacity and the colors remain the same. Okay, next up, let's take a look at background properties, because we could actually add image as a background using the background image property. So instead of this image that is in the post, I'm going to add it not from the HTML as a source, but I'm going to add it as a background image. For this, I'm just going to comment out this image, no longer use it. So the first image will disappear. Actually, this is the second one, sorry about that. I'm going to comment this back in and comment out the first one. And I'm going to create here a div with a class of post image. Now there's also an abbreviation for creating classes or creating divs with a class. If you simply type in dot and then the class name, post-image and 1, hit enter, you can always see Emmet is going to give you a div. So whenever you want to create a div with a class, you can just type in dot. It will automatically create a div with the specified class. So let's grab onto this image or to this class. Let's go down underneath our footer, back in our CSS, select the class, so dot post image 1. And now let's go ahead and type in the property of background and image. The background image needs a source, a URL. And we know that our images are located in our folder, image, and let's select the very first post blog image. Now, if you're wondering why you can't see anything, because this has no height and no width. So you need to specify at least one property, either a height or a width. So let's give it a height of 213, for example, pixels, and there we go, there's our image. Now I'm going to restrict this image to have exactly the same width as it has down here. So let's also give it a width of 320 pixels. Okay, but the image is kind of zoomed in. So let's change the background size of the image to 100%. This is going to zoom in the image to fit 100% of the image in these parameters. If I would decrease this image to, let's say, 10%, then as you can see, you have multiple images. Now, if you don't want to have multiple images, then you can set the background repeat to no repeat. And this will only give you one image. But again, we want the image to have the entire width and height of its container, which is a width of 320 pixels and a height of 213 pixels. So we again can set the background size to 100%. You could also play around with the image by positioning it. You can change its background position to be right. And for this, let me just increase the size of the image to 120%. And let me comment this one out. So it could be to the right. It could be position top. You know what? I'm going to increase it to 200%, 220%. So that's right, left, top, and bottom. You see, different positions of the image are now in focus. You could also do something like right and top, and this will give you the top right corner of the image. If I only do right, you can see it's kind of centered. If I do bottom, then it's going to show me the right bottom of the image, or the bottom right part of the image. Also, you could do just background and position center, and this will give you the center of the image. But if you remain within, let's copy this one again, 100% of the image size, well, that's 1000%, then it's going to give you the dead center of the image, and it's also going to center the image. Now, again, there's a shorthand for this. So everything that I typed up here, I'm going to just comment out this part. The image is going to disappear. I'm going to set the background now to the URL. I'm going to use /image blog image. We're going to center it. We're going to set it as no repeat, and we're going to change its position or the background size to 100%. And I think I messed up the order of this, because this should be, I think, here. But who would know? You actually can not use this as a shorthand. So I'm just going to type in here background size and 100%. Okay, so this is actually the shorthand, background, URL, center, no repeat, and the position of the image. Okay, so that's pretty much it for backgrounds. Now let's move on to borders. The CSS border property allows you to specify the style, width, color, and also radius of a border. Now there's also a shorthand for this, and I'm going to show you how this works just in a couple of seconds. Let's go back to our CSS and let's grab on to a post. Okay, so this class of post. Now remember, when we are styling one class, and because the class is attached to multiple elements, it's going to style all three of them. So let's go in here. Let's do a comment. Let's do a dot and post. We also scroll up a bit. So first of all, the border style. A border and style, and their style can be as following. It could be dashed, it could be dotted, it could be double. I'll just show you this. So it could be dotted, it could be double. You can see two borders now. It could be solid, just simply solid. Then the border width is specified by using, first of all, the keyword border and width. And now you can use different units, for example, inches, centimeters, viewport width, viewport heights. We're just going to use pixels. Let's give this a border width of 1 pixel. And you can then increase it to 3 pixels and 200 pixels, 2000, oh my god, 220 pixels, and so far and so on. I think you get the idea. Now, if you want to specify one part of the border, so the top, the right, the bottom, and the left side, so it always goes clockwise. So from the top to the right hand and comes back to the top. So this would be, for example, border width, and you already saw that. Let me just show you. It has border top width, and if you do this and do 10 pixels, then it's going to have only 10 pixels, and the rest of them will be 20. You can also specify the bottom to have 10 pixels, but you could also do this by just simply typing in border width and then starting to go from the top 10, let's say 1 pixel to the right, let's hit save, then 0 pixels to the bottom, so no border, and 1 pixel to the left side, or let's say 25. Okay, so 10, 1, 0, and 25 pixels. You can just go. If you specify only 2 of them, again, you will have top and bottom 10, left and right 25. This will group them together. You can also specify border color. So let's say we want to change the color. So border and color of the border. You can specify that have it completely red. You can also use hexadecimal numbers. Let's change this to hex and 7 something. Some kind of number. You could also use a border radius, but let me first of all show you the shorthand. So the shorthand for the border to specify all 3 of this, so the style, the width, and the color, we just type in border and then 1 pixel solid, and then the color, let's say green. Okay, so if I hit save, it's going to 1 pixel is too small. Can't see anything. 3 pixels, and you're going to have a 3 pixel solid green colored border. Now let me increase the border to, let's say 10, because the next thing I want to show you is a border radius. So let's type in border and dash border dash radius, and now you can specify the radius of a border. For example, if I would type in here 15 pixels, not XP, we're not playing games. I typed in XP again. Amazing. So pixels is going to have a all around 15 pixels. You could also specify percentages. So if I would type in 50%, then I'm going to have a round border or a egg-like border. And again, you can specify borders for, let me just copy this, for each corner. So 15 pixels, 10 pixels. Any problem with XP, it seems. It's going to give me 15 here and 10 here and here. Let me actually decrease this to 5, so it's going to be more obvious. Okay, so 5 and 5, 10 and 15 and 15. So the opposite corners. And I could also go ahead and just give it, go further and use combinations of something like this. Okay, if you want to take out the border, then you need to specify, if you already have a border defined, you can not use the none, but 0. So this will give you border 0, a border radius of 0. And if you don't want to have any kind of borders, then you need to use the borders and none keyword. And it's going to take out any kind of border that you have in there. Okay, so that's pretty much it for borders. Next up, let's move on to margins and paddings. Now, CSS margins and paddings. Margins are, first of all, used to create margins, create space around a element. And then the padding is used to create, that is outside the element. Okay, the margin is outside the element. And the padding is used to create space around the element's content. And the best way to understand this is by actually showing you this. So, okay, now back in our code, I need to resize this a bit. We don't need you. And by resizing it, I can now show you something cool. You could actually, the entire code that we typed in here, the index.html, so the index code and the HTML code and the style and the CSS code can be viewed in any kind of web page by right-clicking and then inspect. Okay, this will open up the inspector tab. Now you have a couple of options up here on the left side. Now you need to be on the elements, not in the console. The console is something for JavaScript, and we don't need this right now. So in the elements tag, as you can see, you have exactly the same HTML that we just written in our code. So you had your head with the meta links, with the font awesome, CDN, style CSS, and so forth and so on. You have your body, you have your head, you have your nav with the ID of main nav, and you have actually everything in here, everything that you typed in your code, in your HTML, and in your CSS. The CSS part is down here in styles. You can actually grab onto this and make it a bit larger, and voila, here is the box model. And the entire CSS is actually based on the box model. This means that that each element is within boxes. So up here we have the selector. If we click on this, it's going to turn blue, and now we can select different elements. For example, I'm going to select this H2. You can already see it disappears, but you can see up there it says H2.subtitle. This means that H2 with the class of subtitle, it has a specific width of 438 and a height of 27. Those are pixels. It has a color of completely black. So a hexadecimal of 000, a font size of 24, and stands times, and the margin, and so far and so on. So let's talk about margins. You see the dark blue part of this H2 is the element. So if I select it, you will see that this is the element. Also down here, okay, the blue part. Let me click on select again. The orange or the brown part is the margin. Also down here you will see its margin. It has 19.92 pixels top and bottom. Okay, and we're going to, this is by default a H2 element, and some elements have default margins and paddings and so far and so on, and we're going to also get rid of them in just a couple of minutes by using the general selector. But let's first of all talk about margins. So we can add and take away margins. You also see here the border. The border is 0 at the moment. The padding is also 0. There are no values, and you always have top, right, bottom, and left. Border again, top, right, bottom, left. Margin, top, right, bottom, left. And the element is always within here. So the margin is the space around the element, and the padding is the space surrounding the element. So what does this mean? Let's just go underneath our post. You know what? Let's actually remain within our post, because from here I can now add to this post. So we are looking at this post right here, which momentarily has no margin, no padding, no nothing. We can now add, let's say, a margin to its top of, let's say, 16 pixels. Just take a look at this value right here. You see it added. Why didn't it disappear? I so hope that it's going to remain selected. So there we go. We have now 16 pixels as margin to the top. Now we could also add 16 pixels down here to the bottom. We just need to specify margin and bottom, and let's add 32 pixels. 32 pixels, and now we're going to have 32 pixels to the bottom, and the content is going to be pushed down a bit. Now again, this also has a shorthand, so if just specify margin and we add 16 pixels to the top and 16 pixels left and right. So this would be top and bottom, and then 32 left and right. Then it will push all posts 32 pixels to the left. Now let's take a look at padding, because we saw that this is around the element. We can now push the element by adding a bit of padding to it. Let's say padding, and again padding top, padding right, padding bottom. Let's go with the padding right of let's say 60 pixels. Let's just go nuts here, and boom, 60 pixels. Okay, this is the padding around the element, and this shrinks also the element together. If I wish to take out the padding, I would just type in padding 0, and then it's going to reset all the padding. Also for margins, I could go for margin and 0, and this will reset all of the margins for well, all of the posts. Okay, so pretty straightforward. Now let's take, for example, the H4 from each and every post. It should be, if you take a look in an HTML file, then I hit save here. Let's go to our HTML file. Let's go to our posts. For example, the post, and we have a H4 within it. This is always the title. So let's grab onto post, the class of post, and within the class of post to the H4. And let's just add a all around padding of 24 pixels. Okay, so this will push the element 24 pixels inwards, and also add to the top, to the bottom, and to the right some padding. We could also add padding to the footer. Let's go down to our footer, because you see our footer is smooshed together here. So let's grab onto the footer tag, and let's give it a all-around padding of 64 pixels. Okay, let me also close up, just inspect it really quick. There we go, padding 64 pixels, and I'm going to close up now the inspector. Let's also add a bit of space between these two navigation tags. So within the footer, we could grab onto the ID of footer nav and the footer, and I'm just showing you that you can specify element and then ID, then footer social nav. Let's add to both of them a margin to the bottom of 64 pixels. Next up, let's style a bit this button right here. Now, because we know how to add classes, and you know what, I'm going to drag this back here, and also this back here. We can now go to our button and add to this button a specific class, and this class will be a btn, shorthand for button. btn, sorry about that, so this should be a n, not a m. Let's go ahead, go back to our CSS, grab onto a class of btn, and let's add to it a margin to the top and bottom of 64 pixels and left and right auto. Furthermore, let's add a padding to it of point, and I'm going to have a multiplier. I only wish to have 75% of the padding top and bottom and 200% of the padding left and right. So how can I achieve this? Well, by using REM. So I'm going to go with 75% REM. It's not percentage, but believe me, it's actually taking from 16 pixels only 75%. And let's multiply top and bottom by using 2 REM. Okay, now we have some pesky borders here. I want to get rid of them. Let's go ahead and type in border, and let's set it as none. I'm going to get rid of the border. And if you ever used a button, you do know that when you click it, it's going to have that outline effect on it, only the button. And you can take out that outline effect by using the property of outline and none. Also, when we go over this button, I want to have a cursor, so a pointer as a cursor. So I'm going to use cursor and set it to pointer, so I know that I'm over the button. Okay, so that's pretty much it for paddings and borders. Now let's move on and learn about actually margins and paddings. Let's move along and learn about the general selector. Now that you know how to select HTML elements either by the tag, the ID, or the classes, and then use CSS to manipulate them or to add margins and paddings to them, and also remove the margins and paddings, now it's time to learn how to do a general reset of the entire web page. So what do I mean by that? First, let's take a look at why you would need a general reset. The main reason being that most of the elements already have automatically margin and padding applied to them. This is because in the past there was no CSS and you needed some kind of order in web pages. Let me take you back to our website and show you what I mean. Let's make our web page larger. Actually, I'm going to make it the full size. Let's right click, inspect, and by the way, if this tab is at the bottom, then you can, at the right side, click these 3 ellipses. You have this settings button, then the ellipses, then the closing button. You need to click this, and you can now arrange it to the left side, to the bottom, or to the right side. Okay, I would suggest arranging it to the right side for now. I want to show you a couple of things. Now, I already showed you how you can select an element by clicking on the selector button up here. Now let's select our very first element, this being the H1. If we click on the H1, you'll see that it has a text align center, font size 96, and margin 64. Now this margin 64, let me go to our code back and make this smaller. If I now do a Control or Command F in my code editor and search for the H1, there we go, there's a H1, we have margin 64. If I take out this margin, comment it out, go back to our code, this should automatically have it applied, and now you can see margin 64 is cancelled out here. It has a line through it, but still, if we inspect it, you'll see it still has a margin. So even if I do a refresh, it doesn't matter what I do, it still has this margin of, can I say it? It should actually sit here, 64.32. So why is this? Because elements already have margins automatically applied to them. Even the entire web page, if we take a look at our body, I just clicked on the body up here and I go down in the box viewer, You can see we have a all-around margin of 8 pixels. There are also elements that have automatic padding applied to them. But in our modern web development times, this is kind of deprecated. This is obviously obsolete. In other words, even more than that, it is interfering with our web development and in our web design. So in order to get rid of all of this automatically applied margins and paddings, I'm going to close this inspector up and take a look at these margins. You can see we still have margins everywhere. Now we can get rid of them by using the general selector. It is a selector that will select all of our web page. And this selector, it's not an H1, it's not a nav, it's not a ID, it's not a class, it is a star. Now the star is Shift 8 on most keyboards, and this will select the entire web page. Now if I do a margin and set it to 0 and take a look at the web page, hit save, it's going to take out all of the margin, but not only from the body, but also from our H1, as you can see. If I give now our H1 a margin, that is going to come back. But as you saw, it just took out all of the margin. Now this is what I do when I'm not using a framework, when I'm not using Bootstrap, when I'm not using Materialize CSS or Tailwind CSS, or even using a complete web development framework like React or Angular or Vue. I always do a general reset before I even get started with my web page. So let's also reset the padding, hit save, and I'm going to assign the box sizing as border box. Now the box sizing property allows you to include the padding and the borders in a element's total width and height. If you set the box sizing to border box on an element, that is, the padding and border are included in the width and height. So best practice is here, always set your box sizing to border box. Now, I also want to show you a couple of other things. You see this text decoration none at the anchor tags. Let me take this out, comment it out, save it. You can see we have our text decoration for our anchor tags, again underlined. I always use this in my general reset, text decoration and none, because I actually reset this for the entire page, always. I don't want to have any kind of underlines, excepting when I specifically defined it. Also, if you go down to our LIs, this list style type, let's take this one out. This is also a setting. This is all. These are just my personal settings, so you can do this in any kind of way if you wish. But I would suggest doing it this way. So again, list style, not disk, but none. Always. I'll always take out the styling of any kind of list items. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the general reset. Again, this is how I always reset my web pages every time I start creating a new web page or any kind of project. So next up, let's get into a bit of text formatting. Now let's do a bit of text formatting. By text formatting, I mean that you can change the appearance, the color, the alignment, the decoration, the transformation, the spacing, the shadow of the text. You can change almost anything in a text. So let's just go back to our code and let me show you a couple of things. Let's go down, where we had our button down here. And let's select from our footer the paragraph tag. Okay, let's also scroll down in our web page to the paragraph tag in the footer. This one right here. Okay, let's change the color. This is also part of text formatting. You can change our colors. Now, because this is in an anchor tag, we also need to add the anchor tag to it. Now, it should take effect for the anchor tag. But because I want to have a specific text alignment for the entire paragraph tag, which also includes the symbol, I'm going to delete this and now only focus on the paragraph tag. Now, let's do a text align. And as you saw, we can do a text align center. We could do a text align to the end. Let's say this should be pushed to the end of the page, to the start, and so far and so on. But we're going to leave it at center. Now, you can also do text decorations. For example, if you wish to indicate that this is a link, that we could do a text decoration. And again, the text decoration can be dashed, can be dotted, can be double, can be line through. Line through looks something like this. This should always be applied when you're canceling something or something is already done or is no longer accessible, as you saw in our margin that had a line through. Again, you can also add the underline property to it. I'm going to take this out and only leave it as a comment. Now you could also transform it to uppercase, so text transform, and you could transform the entire text to not capitalized, but to uppercase. You could also transform it completely lowercase. This means all of the letters will have lower cases, and you can transfer it back to capitalize. This means that they are going to start with capital letters. Now you can also increase or decrease the word spacing. So word spacing, and let's do here 4 pixels. This would add more space between the words. You see between Menhart and media and the sign and the education, there's more space added. You can also exaggerate it, go to 40. This will create a huge amount of space. Let me actually leave it at, let's just say 2. And we could also do a letter spacing, which will increase the space between the letters. And let me exaggerate this like a lot by 40 again, and boom, something like this will happen. But again, you can play around with this as you wish, as what you consider that to be the best letter spacing for you. I'm just going to leave it at 3 for now. Okay, now let's move on to fonts. Fonts play a huge role in web design. Choosing the right font is essential for its feeling and its long-time success. Now, because choosing the right font has a huge impact on how end users interact with your website, the right font will create a strong identifier of your brand. Now, there are a couple of generic font families already built into CSS, and if you're on a Mac, and you will see that your font is a bit different than those from a PC. But generally, CSS has a couple of fonts built into them. Now, in CSS, there are 5 generic font families already built into it, and these are as following: the serif, the sans serif, the monospace, the cursive, and the fantasy fonts. Now, let me show you how you can access them. Let's just scroll completely up to the top, and let's say we're going to target our body. And first things first, the font family property is type like this, font and family. You can always see we have our built-in fonts to choose from, although they are different than what just. Now in CSS, we use the font family property to specify the font of the text. In my experience, each client have, now in my personal experience, each client will have his or her preferred font family, and also each site, depending on the site theme, will have some fonts that go with the site and some that actually don't. So let me just change the entire font family of the site. If I do here save, you can see all of the fonts just change. Now let's do another one. Let's say we're going to go with a Lucida Sans and hit save. This will look something like this. Or let's go with a monospace font. These are also pretty cool. Let's say or a serif. Let's try a normal Arial Helvetica sans serif. Now, as I said, some fonts go with a certain type of web page. Some clients will wish to have some specific fonts, but my pro tip will be as following. You should always experiment with as many fonts as it is humanly possible. This is because you will get an exceptional feeling with time and experimenting with a lot of fonts on what kind of font goes with what. And you can present to your client then, for example, 3 fonts that you really feel they will impact the site positively. Now, on another note, there are much more fonts than these built-in fonts. There are also fonts that you can pay for. But for now, let me show you a couple of Google fonts. So if you go to Google and do a Google fonts, then you'll land on this web page. Let me actually make this larger. Now from here, you can choose a multitude of fonts. You can also type here, for example, Poppins. It's a really Poppins. If you click on a font, then this will lead you to the specifications of the font. Now you can go with this font from 100, so for the font width, to it also has an italic font, then 200 italic, 300, so far and so on. Is going to go till it's 900, which is the boldest font possible. Okay, you also have a couple of examples down here and so far and so on. Now, if you want to use a font family, you actually go back, then you just need to add it to your text, to your code, that is. Now, I'm going to go with a railway. There we go. I'm going to select this. Up here, view the selected font families. There's nothing selected, so I'm going to select actually everything. So I'm going to select light, 200, then 300, 400, 500, 600, and usually I always select the 900 font family. Now we have everything selected. I'm going to click here import. I'm going to get between these two style tags this add import. Now you could either add this to your HTML using your style tags, or you could just copy this at import, copy it, go to your code, and paste it into the body. So, I'm sorry, not into the body, but right after the general selector, I'm going to import this. And then for the font family, I'm going to copy this and add it to the entire body. Okay, now if we take a look at our site, just drag this to the side. This is the font family for our body now. But I'm not done. I'm also going to use a dancing script for the title. So let's search for that one. Sing. There we go. And this, well, isn't this showing? Ah, there we go. So this only has 400, then 500 medium, 600 to 700. Now, if you wish to import this separately, then you will need to remove all of your fonts and add them to the right side again. Then import it and import it separately. You can also import both fonts at once, but I just want to show you how this works. Now, I'm going to type in here a comment. This is going to be for the title, and this is going to be global. Okay, so a global font. Now, I'm also going to copy in the font family. Now, let's just start adding it somewhere. I'm actually going to close this one up. You can play around with that if you wish so. Let's go down to our H1 and add the font family of dancing script. You see the H1 is now transformed. And I'm also going to add it to a couple of other places. Now, for example, in our image description paragraph tag, see where that is, image description and paragraph tag, also going to add it here. Basically, it's going to be this part, and that's pretty much it. So the title and the description will have this font family of dancing. Now, our body has the railway font family. There we go. You could also use this font family in your general reset. Show you this. If you use it here and comment it out from here, it's going to have the same effect. If I would change this to, let's say, Lucius Sans, you can see this changing, but I'm going to go back to railway. Okay, so that's basically it for fonts. Let's take a look at widths and heights and max widths and min heights. CSS heights and width properties are used to set well the height and the width of elements. So let us go back to the code editor and let me show you how this works. Let's scroll down after our footer and paragraph tag here. And let's take a look at our posts. Now I could take the post class again and set their width to 322 pixels, as it save, and their height to 300 pixels. Okay, now there's a bit more space between them, but the image didn't occupy the entire width of its container. So let's talk about containers a bit. Now, elements are contained within their parent element. And for example, if I wish to give the entire page a parent element, then normally this is done by using a container class. So let us go up in our HTML and contain the entire element within our body, but accepting the footer in a container class. So I'm going to close up. I'll just see here, I'm going to close up the header and the main tag, and these two are going to go up here, dot container, create this div, and I'm going to encapsulate within this div these two sections, the header and the main section. Okay, let's hit save. I'm going to leave it as this for now. Let's go back to our CSS and let's grab onto the class of container. And now I'm going to set the max width of our website, because if you take a look at our website in the current stage, this website has an infinite width. Now I want to set a max width for this website to a certain pixel count. Now let's say that this page will have a max width of 1440 pixels. What this means is that after this width, the page, you can see here, will have no content. So to the right side, there's no content. But usually we wish to have our web pages centered. So in order to do this, we can just use margins as auto. And if we do this, our entire content of the web page will remain within 1440. Actually, let me show you this. Right click, inspect, choose up here on the right side, the toggle device toolbar. Now this will show you, if you select here responsive, you can select iPhone, you can select Samsung Galaxy, and so forth and so on. If you select responsive, it will show you the width and the height of the website. So if I would now take this and drag it together, then it's going to go to a smaller width. If I'm going to increase this to 1440, you can see the website remains within this 1440 pixel range. It doesn't get any larger, the content at least. The white space will gain in size, but the content of the page will remain 1440 pixels, and the margins will be auto. So let me show you the margins here. They will remain automatically set to nothing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what I do, this page will not exceed its maximal width. Let me close this one up, make this smaller. Now I can also add padding to our web page, because I don't like how, it doesn't matter if we're this size or if we're on this side. I don't like how when I'm on a smaller screen, it seems like going out of the edges. It seems like it's spilling over. So what we can do is you can either add margins or you could also add padding. Now the padding will press the content together, and I could add a padding to the top and bottom of 0 and left and right of 16 pixels. Okay, so I will always have a bit of a padding from my content to the left and right side of the page. Okay, you can also take care now of our image description. Right underneath our image, we have our image description, and let's say we want to give this a, select the image description. Let's say we want to give this a height of 600 pixels and then a width of 400 pixels. Now, it doesn't matter if I increase or decrease the size of the web page, this content will remain the same always. Okay, so next up, let's talk about selectors. And I mean the two kinds of pseudo selectors, class and element select. Okay, let's talk about pseudo selectors. Actually, the first thing is going to be pseudo-class selectors. So what are pseudo-class selectors? Pseudo-class is used to specify a special state of an element. For example, it could be when a user goes with his mouse over a certain element, or when a link is visited or not visited, or for example, when an element gets in focus. So let me actually show you the syntax and a couple of examples. The syntax for pseudo-class is the selected element, then the pseudo-class, and then the property value, prop and value, as always. Let me delete this and let us do something useful with it. How about when we hover over our li elements in the navigation, they should indicate that we are over our elements. For this, let's select the nav, ul, within the anchor tags and within them the li's. And let's say when we hover over them, so this is a pseudo-class selector, then the color of the hovered over element should be black. Okay, so if I would now hover over an li, only that li, so not all of the li's will turn black, but only that I hovered over is going to turn black. Okay, you can see turning black. Excepting this one, this has the class of active. This will overwrite, because in the specificity, that's a hard word. Classes are higher than element selectors, and the most highest of them all is the ID. Now let's also increase their font weight. For example, I could go now and font weight, not font weight, and increase it to 500. So not only that the color will increase, but also the font weight will increase. We could also do something like nav and then the ul and the l and the li. And when we, for example, use the link pseudo-class selector, let's say that the color will be hash and ff and 000. That's O, not 0. Okay, so completely red. If I click, now this will work not only for our top navigation, because this will actually work for all of our navigation. If we go down to the bottom of the page and we start hovering over elements, you can see they're turning black. Now, next up, let's take a look at the active selector. So nav, ul, anchor tags, li, and let's take a look at the active selector. And let's say that the color of anything that we select within this should be hash, and let's go with the purple color, F4F4FCF. So if I would now click on one of these links, you can see it's going to turn purple. It shortly turns purple. If you hold down the click on it, this means the active state. If I let go, well, then it's going to refresh the page because this is trying to redirect me somewhere. So you can see, if I click on it, this means that I'm activating that certain element, and this is done by using the active. Now, how about we want to indicate to our users that they can do something with, with our post down here. Let's select a post, and within it, the H4. Now, when we hover over that H4, we want the color to be actually the same color here. So now if I would hover over an H4, this would indicate that we can do something with it. Also, let's set the cursor to pointer, indicating to the user that he could click this. I could also now take this, and instead of hover, I could use also the active tab on it, and let's say this is going to transform into 85CA85, which is a green color. Let me take out this cursor pointer. Don't need this. This means if I'm activating it, then it's going to turn green. Okay. Let's go even further. Let's do something with our button here. Let's grab onto the button class. Just scroll up a bit. btn. And let's say that when we are hovering over that button, that the background color should change to light. Let's go with the light gray. And the color of the text, because a light gray will... Let me actually show you. Okay, so let's change the background color to a light gray. Now we have a little bit of problem with our text here. So how about we change the text to color and #333, a dark color. So we're going to just switch between... Wait, didn't you save? Because this is now in an anchor tag. So I would need to, in the button class, target the anchor tag. Okay, so now only the anchor tag is changing. But I want to show you something different. So I'm going to change the background color of this the button. But if I want to target the anchor tag, I'm going to copy this, paste it in, and tell this that the anchor tag, so when I'm hovering, the anchor tag should, when I'm hovering the button, actually the anchor tag should change its color. Okay? So this is how you can say that when I'm hovering over an element, another element should do something else. Also, let's set the cursor to pointer on the entire button, and let's also give it a box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, 10 pixels, and 3 pixels, and an RGBA color of gray. Okay, so you see it has now a bit of a shadow. You know what? I'm going to decrease this to 0, 0, 0. It's going to be dark, and now you can see it much better. Okay, so you see it has a lot of shadow. So how about when we click on the button, make the shadow disappear? So we could just do btn dot btn, and in its active state, we're going to take out the box shadow by setting it to none. Okay, so if I click on the button, it's going to take out the box shadow. Now I'm going to show you something really fancy. Let's go down to our anchor tags here. Let's select our footer ID, footer nav, and within this, I'm going to select the, wait a second. Within our footer ID, we're going to select all of the anchor tags. So let's take a look in our HTML, go down to the footer. We have a couple of anchor tags, okay? Also here in our social, you have anchor tags. But how about, I wish to change only one of these anchor tags. I want to change the very first one. So how can I do this? Well, I could add a class to it, or I could add an ID to it, or I could use a pseudo-class selector. Now, pseudo-class selectors have something that selects the children of a parent. The parent is now the footer nav, and the anchor tags are its children. So from the footer parent, I'm going to select the very first child of the anchor tags, and I'm going to change its color to red. Now if we scroll down, I should change the background color. Sorry about that. And you can see now the background color of this anchor tag is red. So what if I wish to change to select the last child? Just change this to last child. Sorry about that. Last. Okay, now the last child has a background color of red. What if I wish to select one of the other children of this element? Well, then I need to use the nth child selector, and within parentheses, we can specify which child. If I say the second, then the second child will be selected. If I wish to select the then the third child will be selected. I could also select the very first one by nth child M1, and then this one will be selected. So how about we are going to do something special now and add a hover effect to each of these icons. So I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to leave it in just so you can see it. Let's go ahead, go to the social and nav. From here, we're going to select the anchor tags. We're going to select, use now a pseudo-class selector, first child. And within this first child, I want to select the icon. Okay. And when I hover, I know this is getting a bit complicated, but don't worry, you're going to get the grip. When I hover over the icon, so I'm selecting the very first child from this group of children. And when I'm hovering over the icon within this first child, because if you take a look in our HTML, the very first child, so the children within the social nav are the anchor tags, but within the anchor tag, there is an icon. So I'm selecting the very first child, and when I'm hovering over its icon, which is in the first child, then the color should be the hexadecimal color of Instagram. Now, you can grab them from the internet. I'm going to show you this is the hexadecimal color, or one of the hexadecimal colors for Instagram. Now, take a look at this. If I hover over it, it's going to turn to that color. If I leave it, it's going to go back to dark. Okay, so let's do this for all of the elements. I'm just going to copy this, change this to last child, and I'm going to change the hexadecimal number to this one. Now we'll select Pinterest. If I hover over Pinterest, you can see this is changing. Now the other ones are not doing anything, so let's go ahead, change the nth child. Let's select the second one, which is YouTube, and it has a red color. This is the color for YouTube. Okay, now the next two, I'm just going to go really quickly over them. Actually, you know what? I'm going to just copy them in. So I just selected the third child and the fourth child, which is Twitter and Facebook, and there we go. Okay, so this is how you can use pseudo-class selectors. So next up, let's take a look at pseudo-element selector. Okay, so what are pseudo-element selectors? Where a CSS pseudo-element selector is used to specify a certain part of an element. Now, for example, you can use it to style the first letter, the last letter of an element. You can use to style something before or after the element. So let me show you the syntax and a couple of examples. So let's select the class of post, and from it, I'm going to select the H4. And a pseudo-element selector has now two dots. And let's type in here, we want to select something before that element. Now, I could just create a content, and within quotations, I'm going to type in before. So if I would now go to any kind of title, you will see it has a before in it. Okay, if I do here space, before lorem ipsum dolorem. I can also add something after the element. I'm just going to change this to after and add after and put a space before after. Okay, so basically I created content before and after the element. We could also combine class selectors with pseudo-element selectors. For example, I could do, let's say for the post, when I'm hovering over the entire content of the post, then after there should be a content of ... read and more. And check this out. If I hover, well, I just scrolled down the wrong one. If I hover anywhere within here, it's going to add the content, but only in the hover state. Okay, it's going to add the read more content. And later on, you're going to see we're going to do pretty cool things with this. Okay, so now let's take a look at positioning, how we can position something in our. So let me tell you about layouts and the positioning property. The positioning property specifies the type or the positioning method used on an element in order to position it. It could be static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. Yeah, it can be also sticky. Elements are then positioned using the top, bottom, left, and right properties. However, these properties will not work unless the position property is set first. So first you need to set the position, and then you need to tell it where it should be positioned. So where it should be positioned, or relative to what it should be positioned, or how it should be positioned. I'm going to give you a couple of examples just in a second. They also work differently depending on the position values. As I said, depending on if it is positioned absolute or relative and so forth and so on. So let me go back into the code and also show you how they work. As I said, there are 5 positioning properties. Each of these 5 different position values does something different. So let's get started with the static one, which is the default. And let's take, for example, let's play around with our main navigation from up here. Let's grab onto the ID of main nav, and let's just start. As I said, the position and static is the main type of positioning. If I position the static, it's not going to do anything else to the element, which is different from its initial position. On the other hand, the relative positioning, now this would position elements that are positioned relative to its normal position. They ought to be set from the top, right, bottom, and left of its relative position. Now, elements are positioned relative to its normal position. Setting the top, right, bottom, and left property of its relative positioned element will cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. For example, if I would now type in top 20, I'll just go with 50 pixels, hit save, it's going to move down 50 pixels. Again, I can also do this from the left and also right and so forth and so on. So now it's positioned 50 pixels from the right side. But remember, its margins are auto. So it's 50, it's centered, but then push 50 pixels to the right. I can also position this static. So I'm just going to change this to static. So static elements are positioned relative to the viewport, which means it always stays in the same place, even if the page is scrolled down. So if I take out this and change this to static because I had it as sticky, and let's now indicate that it should be static 0 from the top. So let's change this to fixed, and I'm going to change also, actually let me comment this one out and change it to top and 0. So I'm going to position it fixed, top and 0. This means it's going to stay up there no matter how far down I'm going to scroll the page. Now I can also push it down, so to the bottom 0, bottom, hit save, and you can see now it's fixed to the bottom of the page. I can also push it to the right, and now it's in the bottom right corner. By default, it's always to the left side. Okay, there's also sticky. This will stick forever and ever. And sticky elements are positioned based on the user scroll position. And the last thing I want to show you is absolute. So I'm going to delete all of this, position and absolute. Absolute elements are positioned relative to the nearest positioned anchor instead of positioned relative to the viewport like fixed elements. So basically this is positioned absolute to, I can also push it to the bottom of the page, let's say 0, and now it's positioned absolute relative to, because the nav is, let me show you, the nav is actually in the header, and now it's positioned absolute in the header container. Okay, so if I leave the header and somewhere there, if I leave the header, then I'm in the next viewport or in the next section. This is why it remains up there. Okay, so these were just a couple of examples. I'm actually going to comment this out. And let's grab on to all of the sections. And let's position all sections relative. So position relative. Now remember, relative elements are positioned relative to its normal position. Okay, so because I have everything positioned relative, I can now play around. For example, grab on to the section, from the sections to the H2, and grab on to the before element selector. Now let's create a content. I'm going to set it as an empty string. I'm going to position this content, this created new content, absolute. I'm going to change its height to pixel, its width to 240 pixels. Just scroll down. So we're styling these elements, okay? Let's add a background color of dark. So #00, you could just type in black. And I'm going to push the content. You can see it's right here. Going to push it from the top down 40 pixels. Okay, so it's down there. It's actually a line through now, but I can now add margin and auto to it. Okay, so each element, each H2 within the sections has now this little element to it. We change this to red and you see it's there. Now I'm going to comment this part out and let's grab onto the footer, because this was just an example, and let's position this one relative. Okay, so all of our footer tags. Now footers should always be at the bottom of the page. So I'm going to choose bottom 0 and also let's start them from left 0. You won't see any changes now, but later on when we're going to have multiple pages, you will see that the footer will always be in the bottom of the page. Okay, so that's it for now for positioning. Let's move on to the Flexbox. Before the Flexbox layout model, there were 4 layout models in CSS. There were blocks for sections in a page, inline for text, then there were tables for 2-dimensional data. We still use tables, but very rarely, and then position for explicit position of an element. But then came the Flexbox layout model, which makes it much easier for us developers to position elements within a web page. This also helps with extremely flexible designs and also mobile-friendly web pages. And all of it is achieved without using float or positioning. So let's go back to our code and let me show you how Flexbox works. In order to use Flexbox, we need to specify an element that is displayed as flex. So let's grab onto our ID of about. You know that our about section, which is right here, it has the image, which is this one. It has the description, and the description contains a paragraph and a button. So far so good. Now let's grab onto our about section using the ID and let's display it as flex. Now flex elements are displayed by default in a row. Let me make this a bit smaller. As you can see, the 2 items, because the parent is now, this is the perfect size, the parent is the section with the ID of about, and this parent has 2 children. One is the image and one is this description container, and it's going to display these 2 as flex. Within the image description container there are 2 other elements. Now these are not affected by the way the about section is displayed. Only the direct descendants or the direct children of the section, which is the image, and the div with the image description. Now elements that are displayed as flex can also have spacing properties. So for example, I could justify the content of the elements within the container to be displayed as space between. This will add space between the elements, or justify content as space around, which will give equal amount of space around the elements. Or you could also use center, which will center the elements. Now, if you wish to display elements as center, but still have space between the elements, then you can use the gap property. You just type in gap and then specify how much gap there should be between the elements. Now, the gap property has actually 2 axes, the Y and the X axis. If you want to specify equal amount of gap on both axes, then you just need to type in 1 value. If I would type in 2 values, then the first value will be for the x-axis, which is on the horizontal line, and the second one will be for the y-axis. Now, because we only have 2 elements, I can't show you how this would work on a y-axis, but later on we will use multiple gaps. Now, when we try to make our display smaller, you can see that the images and the content of the on the right side will be smushed together. Now, flex has a property which is called wrap, and by default, flex wraps none, so it doesn't have any kind of wrap. But if we set it to wrap, it will not create a wrap song, but it will push the content to the next level. It's basically going to wrap around its initial container, which is the body. So it's going to find space and find possibilities to fit in there perfectly. Because we have specified it as center, the elements are now still remaining within the center of the page. And this is the perfect time to show you the gap on the y-axis. If I would change this, add another value to only 10 pixels, then the gap will lessen. Also here I could add 10 and I would have less gap on the x-axis. Now, if I go up on the y-axis, you will see I will have 10 here, and I can increase this to add it to 40. Now I have it on the y-axis, and on the x-axis, it will still remain at 10. Okay? So you can play around with it if you wish. I'm going to leave them both at 30 for now. And now let's add a bit of margin to this container. So I could add a margin of 64 pixels top and bottom and auto on the left and right side. This will only add margin to the top and the bottom of its container, of the about ID, and auto to the left and right. And this will center our selection. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the description, to the image description, to this right here. Let's grab onto the image description, and let's also display this one as flex. Now, because by default flex items are displayed in a row, we can change the display direction by using the flex direction property, and we can set it to be in a column. And now elements are displayed in a column. Let's also go to our posts. Let's select all of our posts by selecting the posts class, which you can remember is the class that surrounds, let me close this one up. In a main tag, the posts class is the class that surrounds each and every post. Now let's add the display flex property to them, which will display them in a row direction. Now we can use justify content with space around to add equal amount of space around and between the elements. You can see how responsive this gets. If we try to concentrate the content or push it together and force the content to go on the next line, then we could use the flex wrap and set it to wrap property. Now you could also change the direction of the displayed order. For example, I could go ahead and change the flex direction to row and reverse. And this would put the first element and set it as the last element when I change the wrap direction. You can see the first element, which is here, will now go and be the last element. Only when I'm in a column position, or the row or the wrap position, or the elements are wrapped, then the top or the first element will become the top element. Let's also add the same amount of margin to this. I'm just going to copy and paste this one down here. And on a final note, let's add a bit of styling to our posts. Let's just add a box shadow of 0, 45 pixels and a blur of 4 pixels and a RGBA color of, let me just see, that's a bit too much. Let's go with 109, and I'm going to do this for all 4 of them. Okay, now we'll exercise more with display flex later on, but now we can move on to the grid layout. The CSS grid layout module offers a grid-based layout system with rows and columns, making it easier for web designers to create beautiful looking web pages without using float or positioning. A grid layout consists of a parent followed by multiple children to which the grid is applied to. There is an ongoing discussion about using flex versus grid, but actually they go both beautiful hand in hand together, and using a combination of them makes for a beautiful design. Now let's go back to our code and let me show you the syntax of the grid layout. Let's for example take the ID of podcast. Within it, let's take the h2, and from the h2 let's actually take the class of subtitle. So we are right here, and I'm just going to add a really quick margin to the bottom of 7 rem. So let's grab on to the podcast container, dot podcast dash container. In order to display something as grid, we just need to specify display and then set it as grid. Let's also add a bit of more content to this podcast container. Let's go back to our HTML. We're going to scroll down to our podcast, which is here. Let me make this a bit smaller so it will be easier for us to code. Let's close up this article of podcast container. Let's only have our container open, and right after our podcast, let's add a podcast description. So I'm going to add a class dot podcast and description. And within here, I'm going to copy a bit of content in. I'm going to have an h2 with wiki code quickies, which is the name of the podcast. This is, by the way, name of my podcast. Then we have the creator, from who it's created by, and then we have some kind of text, the description of the podcast. After our description or podcast description, let's add an unordered list, and let's give this a class of podcast episodes dash and episodes. Within here, I'm going to create 2 LIs, which are going to include 2 h3s. I'm going to multiply this by 2. The first title will be latest episode, and I'm going to copy in the iframe, which is going to grab onto the latest episode, and then let's create another one with most shared, and within here I'm going to copy in the next one. Okay, so we have a podcast, we have a title, we have a description, we have who is made by, and we have here the two elements. Now let's go back to CSS. Let me make this a bit smaller, the coding container, and let's start styling this using grid. As I said, the grid is displayed in rows and columns, and we can specify dimension of columns. Let's, for example, grab onto the grid template columns property, and we can specify grid columns to have a width of 400 pixels, for example. This is specifying that we will have only one column with a width of 400. If you wish to add multiple columns, that you just need to add the next width of the next column. Okay, now we have two columns. One has 400 and the other one has 200 pixels as a width. We can also add a 300 pixel column as a third column, and then we would have 3 columns. We could also use, I'm just going to copy this, we could also use percentages. Let's say that the first column will have a 40% width of the entire viewport. We could also use viewport width. So let's say that the next one will have a 20 viewport width as a column dimension. Or we could use fractions. Let's say the last one will have 1 fraction of the remaining viewport width. We can also use only fractions, so grid template column, and let's just say we're going to use a 2 fraction and 1 fraction. Basically this meaning that I'm going to take up 2 fractions of the viewport and the remaining column will have only 1 fraction of the viewport. Now let's set this, because they keep overwriting themselves, let's set this to 2 columns, 1 column having 500 and the other one having 300 pixels. We can also specify the grid template rows. Let's say we're going to have 2 rows, choose grid template and rows, and the first row should be in its height, have a automatic height, and the next one should have only 350 pixels. Again, we have the same properties as Flex. We could justify the content. Let's say we're going to center everything. It's going to push everything in the center of the y-axis, and we can again also use gap. And as I said, gap has 2 axes, one being the x-axis and the other one being the y-axis. We're going to set 16 and 32 pixels as gap between the content. Now let's go on to podcast description, this right here. We could also set this podcast and description to be displayed as grid. Let's scroll up a bit, and we got to just justify the content center, and we could use now the justify items properties on it. We're going to justify everything as centered, but you also need to specify the columns, so the grid template columns of being 1 fraction, which will center everything within its container. You can also use auto or baseline and flex start, flex end, and so far and so on. I would suggest that you play around with this. Let's, for example, set it to auto. This will justify everything to the left side, but I would suggest to use center. Now, how about the podcast episodes? We could also display them as grid by choosing the podcast and episode class. Display them as grid, set the grid template column to 1 fraction, and then use justify content with space between them. Let's also add a bit of margin to the bottom of each, to the top and bottom of each title within the podcast episodes. I'm just going to copy the class, target the H3, and let's add a margin to the top and bottom of 32 pixels and 0 left and right. And let's add a margin to the bottom. Let's add a margin to the bottom of each of them of 32 pixels. That's it for now for the grid module. We're going to exercise more of this in the upcoming minutes, but let's first of all learn how to create multiple web pages. Websites are made up of multiple web pages. Until now, we only created one, our home page. This is at a file level called an index page, the main page. The main page and each and every web crawler is looking at when they're grabbing onto your website. But we can now create multiple web pages and link them up to the index page and between one another in order to communicate with one another. So let's go back to our code editor and let's start creating first of all a folder. I'm going to make this again a bit smaller and drag this to the right side. Let's open up our Explorer on the left side, and within here we are going to create a new folder, and we're going to call this Pages. This folder will contain all of our pages. The first page that we're going to create will be the blog page. For this, we're going to create a new file. Now, I just right-click on the folder and clicked on New File. You could also do it from up here, but please be careful to be within the folder. So create new file. Let's call this the blog.html. Now, each page will have the same file structure as the index, meaning, actually go up here, close up the body, meaning that it's going to have everything that is in the head of the document is going to have the same boilerplate and the same links, because we are going to use Font Awesome and we're going to use our style sheets, our main style sheet. So let's go back to our blog page. Let's hold down Shift, exclamation mark, create a new page. Let's give this the title of blog, and let's copy in from our index.html the Font Awesome link, copy it in above our title, including the comment, and let's right click and open with Live Server. Okay, so we have our blog page open. There's nothing in here, so let's just create a h1 and call it blog, and there we go. Now, in order to link up the same style sheet, because you see this right here doesn't have the same styling as this right here, we need to add a link tag again, but this time the link is not situated, or the CSS file is not situated within the same folder. We need to now go one level up using two dots, and now we can select our CSS file. And as soon as we hit save, the h1 is going to have the same style as our index h1. Now, similar to our index file, we're also going to have the same navigation and the same footer. So let's also copy them in. I'm going to go back to my index page, go into the body, close up the container and close up the footer, grab onto the footer and copy it to the blog page. And voila, we have the same footer. Now we also need our navigation. So let's go back to our index page. Let's open up the container, and from here, I'm going to grab on only to the navigation. So this one right here, go back into our blog, close up the footer, and once again, wrap everything except in the footer into a container class and paste the navigation within the container class. Also, let's move the h1 up in our container. Hit save, and there we go. We have our navigation, which has exactly the same effects as the index page had. Now we still need to create two more pages, the about and the contact page. Because all of the pages will have exactly the same navigation and the same footer, and also the title, as you can see in our finished product, the same title, the same navigation, and also the same footer. I would just copy this file, paste it again in the same folder, and rename it as the about page. Go in there, change the title to about, also change the h1 to about, copy it once more. Well, actually, I could just paste it because I believe that the copy is still active. Paste it again, and I'm going to rename this one to contact. And now again, change the title, contact, and also change it in our h1, contact. Okay, and now we should have, let's open also the contact page up. It's going to open up in a new page. We have the same pages with the same settings all over. So as you can see, we just created 3 more pages within our website. Regarding shareable web page structure, best practice is to always have the same navigation and the same footer for all of your web pages. Also, the same font size, the same font style, the same colors. Usually you would go with 3 distinctive colors and then, well, stick to them. No, don't change up colors too much. Also, the shareable content of the page, as you can see here, are our navigation, our h1s, our footer, are elements that should always look the same. If you share the same web page structure in multiple pages of your website, then you're going to leave the user with a feeling of certainty and with a feeling of familiarity. That's why we are sharing the same font, we are sharing the same navigation, we are sharing the same colors in each and every page. Now, there could be instances where you have pages that have a different feel from the rest of your website, but that doesn't happen that often. Next up, let's learn how we can navigate or connect these pages between one another. Now that we have multiple pages on our website, it's time to make it possible for the user to jump from one page to another, and also indicate the user on which page he is currently on. First, let's start up with our very first page, which is the blog page. I'm going to close this one up, also close up the finished product. Let's only remain with our page right here. Now we are on our home page and we want to go to, let me just refresh this. We want to go to our blog page, for example. So to this one. If we click on it, it should send us to our blog page. So let me close everything up here. Also don't need our CSS. I only have my index opened. So I want to go from my index page using my navigation. I want to go from my index page to the blog page, which is this element right here. In the href, you're going to specify that the path should be in pages and then the blog page. If you want to go to the about page, then you need to go to pages and about.html. And if you want to go to the contact page, then you need to go to pages and the contact page.html. So let's check out if this is already working. If I click on blog, it's going to open up the blog page. Now I can't go back or I can't go anywhere else because I just opened up this page right here, the blog page. If I wish to go back to the home page, I will need to go one level up, so .. and then go to the index page. Now if I hit save and click on home, this should send me back to the home page. Again, click on blog and this should send me to my blog page. Now let's go back to our index.html and we just need to copy, actually indent this down. We just need to copy these 3 anchor tags down in our footer in order to have the same navigation properties in our footer. So we're going to go down here and paste them in here. And now let's see if this works. If I click on blog, this should send me to the blog page. If I click on home, this does not work because now we need to go down to our blog page, go into the footer and add the same path again. So .. one level up / and the index.html. And if I click on home, it should send me back. Okay, now if I wish to go to the about page, this should already work, but I can't go home from the about page. So let's go to the about page and add the same path to home again. So .. one level up and the index.html. Also, let's copy this and paste it down in the footer navigation. There we go. Now from about in the footer navigation, I should be able to go back to my index.html. And there we go, it works. Okay, how can we now identify that we are on our blog page? Well, we just need to add, let's go to our blog HTML. We just need to take out this active class from here and add it to the blog page. And now as you can see, it identifies that we are on the blog page. If I go to the home page, on the home page we'll have the navigation item with the purple color. If I go to the blog page, then the blog page would have the navigation item with the purple color. Now let me populate all of the navigation items. So we are currently on the blog page. If I would click on the blog page within the blog page, nothing would happen. But if I want to go to the about page, then I want to go to about.html. Now remember, we are in the pages file structure, so we don't need to go anywhere else or link it anywhere else. We just need to stay within the same file structure. So if I click on about, it should get me to the about page. Now how do we know that we're on our about page? Well, we need to add the active. Wait a second, I'm in the footer now. We need to take out this active and add it to the about page. And now we should see that we are on our about page. Can we go back to blog? Well, we cannot, so we need to add it. So blog.html, and I'm going to go through all of them. So this is blog, this is about, this one is contact. Oops, I just clicked out of it. Contact.html, and I'm going to start copying them in. Also in our footer. So the contact, the about, and the blog. And now we just copy and paste this in all of the pages. So the blog page in the footer section should look like, I'm going to close up the social nav, just the footer nav should look like this. And we don't need the index then. And also in the contact section. So if I go to contact, this should work. Back to about, back to blog, back to home, go to our about page again. Let's also add the same thing. So let's go to our blog page. We have the index here. Let me indent this a bit better. So there's one, there's another one, and this is the closing tag, there's another one. Okay, so contact.html. This is the blog.html. I'm just going to start copying and pasting this all over the place. So contact, in the footer this should be okay. And in the main navigation this should also be okay. The about section, we have this contact about blog. This is in the footer. I'm going to close this one up. Don't miss anything. In the main navigation, contact about blog, and the about is active. Now let's go to the contact. I think this is the only one that I didn't add. The active. Okay, so this is in the footer. And here it's completely empty. So from here we want to go one level up to the index. Then this should be blog, this should be about, and this should be contact. And you should also have the active class. Okay, so if I now go to contact, they should be purple. And you should not be purple. And there we go. Okay, so we can now navigate throughout our pages. Now, last final step, this read more should also send us to the about page. So how can we achieve this? Well, we're just going to go to our index.html. We are going to go up to where the about section is, and add to this href again pages and about.html. Now if I click on this read more button, it should send me to our about page. Okay, so this is how you can navigate between pages. Next up, let's create a contact form and learn a bit about forms. Next up, let's learn about forms and contact information, and also how we can style forms. A form is a sum of input information by the user, which is then by submission processed and sent to a server or the backend. Now, form contain input fields, and they also can be accompanied by labels, and labels basically give a bit more information about the input field or the necessary data that needs to be added in order for a successful submission in a form. On the other hand, basic contact information can be added separately. Contact information such as phone number, address, email address, fax address, everything that is a simple contact information can be added as a separate column to a contact page. Now let's take a look at where and how we should add forms and contact information. For this, we could actually close almost everything up. Blog, index, about. We're only going to work in our contact page. I'm going to close up the navigation, and right after our H1, I'm going to add a HR, just as a horizontal line break. Next up, let's create another section, this time with the ID of context. So I'm going to type in section, and then not hit enter, but add a asterisk, which stands for ID, and then type in contact. As you can see, it will automatically add an ID with the name of context to the section. Next up, we're going to create a form. Let me also close up the left side or the Explorer, so I have more real estate here to work with. In order to create a form, you just need to type in form. The action of the form, let me type this in again. Normally, it will send you to another page, to a successful submission page or a error page. Now, forms also have methods as a property, and a method can be a post method or a get method. Let's talk about the get method, although we're not going to go too deep into this because we don't have a backend. Now, a get method usually is information sent and received, and a post method is a information only sent to the server. So if we're submitting something, a get method would always get us something back from the server. We don't need neither the action nor the method for now. I'm just going to teach you how you can create forms and how you can create input fields. So let's start up with adding a title to this form. Let's say that this form will be to send a message. Now, in order to send the message, we need to have a field where we can input our information. Now, these are usually called input fields. The input element lets us input different type of data. We can have text data. You see the type property will define what kind of data can be added. And I could type in here any kind of text, any kind of number. We could also have number type of data. And I can no longer type in text, only numbers. It could also be email, which will have also a basic kind of validation it will not let you submit the form unless you have the right kind of and mail and dot something something com or co or io or whatever have you. Now, input fields are usually preceded or followed by labels. In our case, we can type in a label. Labels are normally for a specific type of data. For example, if this label is for the email, then you could just add it that is for the email, and then it will have some kind of description here. For example, enter your email address. And now the user knows what exactly it needs to add here. But there is also a different kind of information that we could add to an input field, and that is a placeholder. The placeholder will hold some kind of shorthand information. For example, your email, and then it will appear within the input fields. In order for us to style forms easier, we are used to wrap labels and input fields into input groups. So let me create here a div with a class of input-group, and input groups basically hold the same type of information but group them together. And now if I would style one group, it will style all of the group. And now let's add another group. I'm going to copy this and paste it over it or underneath of it, doesn't matter. I'm going to change this to a name. This is going to be a text, and instead of enter your email, we're going to type in here, enter your full name, and also for the placeholder, your name. Now we have two input groups with two labels and two input fields. Next up, let's add something different. For example, if a user wishes to add a longer form of content as a message, then you can use something called a text area. In a text area, if I hit save now, you'll see, I think you already saw this multiple times on web pages. Basically, you could also make this larger or smaller, but if I would refresh it, it will have a length of 30 characters or 30 columns and 10 rows. If you wish to increase this, you could just do something like, let's say 60, and then it would be larger, and you could leave the other at 10. Now it adds automatically an ID because you would normally get hold of this using JavaScript and get hold of the content information from this, and you also give it a name of message, and you could also add a placeholder to this placeholder property with, let's say, the text of your message. And I have a lot of space because I added it accidentally. Forms also have another type of inputs, and that is a checkbox. Now let me just grab another input group and paste it in underneath our text. And I'm going to change the label to checkbox, and I'm going to grab onto it and switch places with the input. Now the input, the type of the input, I'm going to change now to a checkbox. And you can see instead of having a input where I could type something in there, I can only check it now. Okay, by clicking on it, you can check the box, toggling it white or white with a check mark or empty. Now the label, we can now change it to I accept terms and conditions. Normally you would grab the terms and conditions and add them to a link using an anchor tag and send them to a web page where it will open the terms and conditions. Now you remember that I told you that this for is always for the input. But in order for this to have a symbiote relationship with the input, you need to add a ID to the input. Because let me show you something. If I click on this, nothing happens. But I could check this box by clicking on I accept. Let me show you how this is done. Simply adding a ID of checkbox to the input. Now if I click on I accept, then it will also communicate to the checkbox to be checked. Okay, I can check it by clicking on the checkbox or by clicking on the label. Now the last thing a form needs is a submission. Form submissions can be achieved by using two elements, either a input tag with a type of submit. Now in order to give input tags text in here, so I could either use a button, and let's say submit. Now if I click on this button, you can see it's submitting the form, but you could also trick this by changing the type of the button to a button. If you change the type of the button to a button and you click on submit, it's no longer submitting the form. If I would delete the type or change it to submit, just a second, submit, there we go, then it would submit the form again. You can see refreshing here. Now I'm going to leave this in. I'm going to show you another type of input. If I would change this type of input from text to submit, then we're going to have a submit button. Okay, by simply changing the type. If I click on this button, it's going to submit the form. Now let's say I want to change the text within here. Then I would need to change the value of the button. Okay, now the value of the button will define what kind of text there is in here. So I could type in send, and instead of submit, you will have now send. So let's capitalize this. So send the message. This will be our button. Now I can still change this to have the same appearance. Let me go back to our home page as this button right here by simply using the same class. So class of btn. If I hit save, I'm going to have the same button here. Okay, pretty cool. Now the last thing I want to add is the contact information. And I'm going to go underneath the form, create a div with the class of contact-info. Within here, I'm going to use a h3 for the title get in touch. And now I'm going to create a unordered list, which is going to include, let's see, one li with a icon plus a span tag. And I will multiply this by one li icon and multiply it by 3. Boom, there we go. So we have an li, a list item with an icon tag. I'm going to use the class of fa solid and fa house. These are font awesome icons again. So if I do this, I'm going to get a little house here. Next up in the span tag, I'm going to type in a text, 21 Jump Street in 9 something something address. That's a too long zip code. The city. Okay. Now if I wish to have a bit of space here, I could add it by simply doing this, but I'm going to use a bit of CSS later on to add space there. Now we can repeat this. Let me just copy the class, add it. You can also go to Font Awesome and search for these classes. So if you go to Font Awesome, I will show you that. Go up here, search, wait a second, and search for house. Then you can get different houses. Now some of them are pro icons, so you can't use them, but if you go to this one, you see this one is the house that I just got. You can also, let's search for a phone, because this is the next one that we need. So this phone, let's copy it. I'm going to replace this icon right here. And then let's type in a 555, 555, 5, and 555. Now, let me actually show you something. If I hit save, you can see we have here a phone number. Now we can actually make this phone number callable. So by simply clicking on this, and if your PC or Mac is hooked up to, well, on a Mac it's pretty simple. If you have an iPhone and a Mac, it's going to communicate with one another, and it's going to call your phone. It's going to call using your phone this number, or if you're on an iPad with a SIM card. But if you're on a PC, I don't know exactly how this works, but I do know that there are softwares that are used for calling. So you could hook this up, and this will redirect you to a phone. But the only thing you need to actually do is, instead of the span tag, we're going to use a anchor tag. And this anchor tag would have as a href a tel, so abbreviation from telephone, and you just need to add exactly the same phone number again, and 555. Okay, now if I hit save and click on this, it's going to try to connect to my phone and call this number. Okay, now the last thing that I want to show you is also the email address. You could automatically send an email address. I'm going to add another icon here. I'm just going to copy another class, copy this, and instead of phone, we're going to have envelope signifying a email. And instead of the span tag, we're going to have again a anchor tag, and the href of the anchor tag, not hidden, href can now be a mail to column, and then let's say ABC, and at example, at mail.com or Gmail or whatever. Now, by simply adding after this, or actually between the anchor tags, a send me a email. And if I click on this, it's going to open up Gmail, and because Gmail is automatically hooked up, if you have something else, it's going to try to send an email to this address. Now you could also add the target and blank property, and it would now open it up in a different web page, like a different tab. So we have this done. Now let's open up our CSS file and let's do some styling. Now first things first, I'm going to style the form. So let's grab onto, let me close the left part. Let's grab onto the form, to the tag itself. Let's display it as flex. Okay, we're going to send everything in a row. We are expecting that, so we're going to now change the flex direction by using column, and we're going to give this a width of only 300 pixels. Now let's grab onto the form and the h3 within the form. Let's align the text to the center and give it a margin to the bottom of 24 pixels. Okay, so we're going to have a bit more margin. But we do have two h3s within here, so I would rather suggest, this is my suggestion, we're also going to do a complete refactoring of this later on. So let's grab onto both of them by simply grabbing onto the contact information class, replace the form with contact information class, and this will then style both of them. I'm sorry, I just messed up. Hey, not that class, but contacts ID. Okay, so it's not going to be a class, but it's going to be a ID. Okay, so it's going to style both of them. Next up, let's grab onto the form, and from here the input tags, or the input groups, sorry about that. Next up, let's style the input groups. So we're going to grab onto the form, and from in the form, we're going to grab onto the input dash groups or group, and we're going to display them as flex. And again, flex direction, we need to change to column. And also going to add a margin to the bottom of 1 rem, displaying 16 pixels. Okay, so we have a bit of space between each input group. Now let's style the labels. We're going to grab on from the form, and within the form, the input groups, and within the input groups, we're going to grab onto the labels. So all of the labels, and we're going to increase the font size, or actually decrease it, font size to 0.8 rem. Now let's add a bit of distance between label and input tag, and this we can do by giving it a margin to the bottom of 0.4 rem. You can also decrease the color intensity by just changing the color to gray, and we're done with our labels. Next up, let's grab onto the inputs within the form. So I'm just going to copy the form input group, and within here the input, and let's get rid of their borders. Border none. We're going to get rid of all of the borders, but now we can add a border to the bottom, border, and only to the bottom of 1 pixel, solid, and hash 333. It's going to give us a solid dark border. Next up, let's give a bit of padding within the input group. So I'm just going to go with the padding, or the input padding, and let's actually add a padding to the bottom. So padding bottom of 0.4 rem. Actually, I believe that 3 would be also enough. Okay, and the last thing is when we focus, when we click into a input, I don't like this outline, and we can get rid of the outline by targeting outline property and sending it to none. Okay, now if I click in one of our inputs, it's no longer indicating that we're in there, but I wish to indicate that we are focusing in an input, and for this we can use the focus pseudo-class. So let's go ahead, copy our input and type in focus, and when we click it in there, then we're going to change the border to the bottom to a color of hexadecimal color, let's say 85 CA and 85 greenish color, indicating that it's okay. Okay, now let's take care of the placeholder. I want to change also the placeholder, and I want to give the placeholder a dark color. Now, this is pretty simple. We could just select the input, and from it, it's placeholder by selecting it with a pseudo-element selector. Now let's just change the color to a completely dark color. Let's also increase the font weight to 500. Okay, so this is looking much better now. You can also edit our text area. So let's just grab onto the text and area element. And let's give it a bit of a padding of, let's say, 0.5 rem, and also a margin to the bottom of 1 rem. Next up, let's grab onto the label which is for the checkbox. You can simply do this by grabbing onto the label, then rectangular parenthesis, and then typing it for equals and checkbox. And this will grab onto the label which stands for the checkbox. Just to demonstrate this, we're going to increase the font size, actually decrease the font size to 0.8 rem. And just look at this, it's smaller. Now I do want to have some kind of effect when I'm with my mouse over it. For this I could grab onto this again. And let's say when we hover over our label, then the cursor should be pointer, the text decoration should be underlined, and the color should change to a blue color. So let's say 1877F and 2. So if I hover over this, it's going to change its color. Okay, indicating that we could do something with it. The last thing that I want to style is the input with the type of submit. Now for this, we can target our input and we're going to choose the input tag which has the type equal to submit. Now we can change its background color. I'll actually go with background because I want to apply RGBA. I'm going to choose this one and we're going to increase its width to 100% of its container. It's going to give us 100% of the form. And let's just add a margin to the top of 32 pixels. And there we go. Okay, next up, let's style the contact information. And let's just grab onto the contact and dash info. And within here, we're going to grab onto the LIs first of all. Let's say we're going to give them a margin to the bottom of 8 pixels. Okay, so there's a bit of space now between them. Then I'm going to grab onto their anchor tags and change the color to completely dark. Now let's grab onto the icons. Let's change their color to a RGBA. And we're going to go with a beige color. So 224192169. Whoop, what did I just do? So once again, 224 tab 192 tab 169. I'm going to leave the alpha as it is, or I could just use RGB and don't overcomplicate things. Okay, there's the color. And let's give them now, as I said, a margin to the right side of 16 pixels. Okay, now I don't like how this looks. Let's actually style it a bit. So let's grab onto the ID of contact and let's display it as flex. Now in this display, I want to use flex wrap and wrap reverse in order to reverse the display order. So I'm going to have the simple information on the top and the email at the bottom. Also, let's add a bit of gap on all axes of 32 pixels and let's justify the content to the center. Okay, and let's add a bit of margin up here to have more space. So you either do margin, let's do a margin first of all, margin to the top of 2 rem. Okay. So with this being done, we're actually also done with this part. Next up, let's go into transitions because we have this done. This looks pretty good. We can add things here. Also, let me show you the email. If I wish to submit this, not let me unless I type in @ and mail and dot something something. Okay, now you can submit it. All right, so let's take a look at transitions. CSS transitions allow you to change property values smoothly over a given period of time. In the upcoming minutes, you're going to learn the following transition properties: transition delay, transition duration, and transition timing function. So how can we use CSS transitions? Well, let's jump into the code and I'm also going to show you a couple of my personal preferences. In order to create a transition effect, you must first specify 2 things. First of all, the CSS property you want to add an effect to, and the duration of the effect. So let's take, for example, our navigation again. So let's go on to the nav bar. Within the unordered list, within it, the anchor tags, and within the anchor tags, the list items. And we are going to trigger a transition when we're hovering over one specific item. So let's select our hover effect. And when we hover over a specific item, we want to change the color to, let's say, dark. Also, the font weight should be 500. And we already did this, as you can remember. But you see how abruptly this appears. Now, let's use the transition property. And let's say that we want this to take 0.3 seconds. You could also relate this in milliseconds, which will be 300 milliseconds. But I prefer 0.3 seconds. And now, if I hover over an item, it's going to take 0.3 seconds in order to animate in order for the font weight and the color to change. As you can see, when I hover over it, it's no longer abruptly. Now let me change this to 1 second, or let me even make it greater, 2 seconds. You see how slowly this animates in? Let me change it back to 1 second, maybe that is much clearer, but it ends really abruptly. Now in order to have an animation also on the exit of the hover effect, we need to also add the transition to the normal state of the LIs. For example, if I copy this back in, I hover in, it's taking 1 second, and I hover out, and it's also taking 1 second in order to change the color and the font weight. Now on a personal note, if the duration part is not specified, the transition will have no effect because the default value is just 0. Okay? Now, but now let's talk about transition speed curves. Transition speed curves affect the duration by adding just a bit of more effect to it. You can, for example, ease in a transition, which will specify a transition effect with a slow start and then fast, then slow again. What this means, if I would change this to ease and also the exit to ease, when I hover in, it's going to ease in and then ease out. Also, let me change this back to 0.3. So when I hover in, it's going to ease in, hover out, ease out. It can also be linear, so I'm going to select both of them, linear, which will specify a transition effect with the same speed from start to end. You just basically have to imagine this as a speed curve, okay? The curve starts somewhere, it goes up and goes down. Now it can start slowly and then go up quickly, go down quickly. I'm having trouble with pronouncing quickly. It can start quickly and go down slowly. It can go constantly, like a linear effect, like we just did now. So if I hit save, and let me also change this to 0.3. I hover in, I hover in, I hover out, is the same effect. Now we also have ease in, so not just ease, but ease and in. Now this will specify a transition effect with a slow start. For example, if I go in, then it's going to slowly. I think I have to change this back to 1 second in order to have a more obvious effect on this. Ease in and then it's going to go out. Ease in and out. And we also have the ease out effect, which is specify a transition effect with a slow end. So I go in, the effect comes quickly, but then it fades away. And we also have ease in out, like this. So in and out, which obviously will have a transition effect with a slow start and a slow end. And there we go. Let's now, for example, go to our home page. Let's add to this button also an animation effect. So within the image description, we're going to select the button and we're going to add a hover pseudo-class selector to it. And then let's say we're going to do a transition. Now, transition can be applied to multiple things. Transition can be applied, for example, to just a margin to the bottom, to a border radius, to something specific. But for example, if you choose all, then it will be applied to all of the possible properties. Now let's set the duration, which in our case will be 0.5 seconds, a time curvature, for example, ease. And now I'm going to also set a delay. Now a delay is how long before the transition takes effect. Let's, for example, take 0.3 seconds. So this means if I hover over this button, not going to do it right now, then it's going to wait 0.3 seconds and then the transition is going to take effect. So let me show you this. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. And exit out. Now on the exiting side, we have no transition because we didn't add none. So I could just type in here a comma and then dot image description and the button. So basically I'm adding a transition to all of its properties because we already defined the properties further up. But now I'm just adding additionally to those properties the transition effect. We also had this color and font weight to our LIs already defined. I just wanted to show you here what exactly will transition. Only these properties that are applied will transition. And in our case, I'm applying to all of the properties a 0.5 second duration ease curvature transition with a 0.3 second delay. So if I hover in, 0.3 second to animation to take effect. And if I hover out, 0.3 seconds and the animation takes effect. Let me increase this to 2 seconds, then it will be much clearer. Hey, where'd you go? There you go. So When I hover in, it's going to take 2 seconds. 1, 2. Then the animation is going to take effect. If I hover out, 1, 2, and the animation is also again going to take effect. Now you can leave this with just a couple of seconds or basically no seconds if you wish, but I just wanted to show you that this is also possible. Okay, next up let me show you a really cool trick with image reflection. We can use the box reflection property in order to create an image reflection. Now the values of the box reflection property can be above, below, left, right, so in all 4 directions. But because not all browsers support this, we need to use a WebKit. I'm going to show you how this works. We also have CSS reflection offset and gradients. So let me jump back into the code and show you how this works. We are currently on our home page and we do have this about section. And let's select using the ID about. And within our about section, let's select our image. Within here, we can use the box dash reflect property. Now you can see a warning appearing. Property is non-standard. Avoid using it. Defines a reflection of a bordered box. You can see here where it works. It works in the following browsers: in Edge, in Safari, in Chrome, in Opera. And the syntax are above, below, right, left, and length of the image. So it is actually a WebKit. So I'm just going to click on this. The right syntax will be WebKit-box-reflect. Now again, we can specify that this image should reflect to the right. And I need to make this a bit larger, so I'm just going to grab and drag and drop it here and drag this one here. So basically it's reflecting now to the right side. It can reflect to the left side. It's safe. It's reflecting in the other direction. We can reflect below and we can reflect above. Oop, just scrolled away. Above. And now we're upside down. So I'm going to choose the right side. Now we can also choose a offset, and this could be defined by using pixels. Let's choose 32 pixels because this is the distance, or 31 or 30 because this is the distance. This is also the gap between these 2 elements. So 30 pixels. And as I said, we could also choose a gradient. Now the gradient will help us because we can, and that's the gradient color that is, we can make this transparent. So let me show you how this works. You can choose a linear dash gradient, if I can spell gradient correctly. Within here, you need to tell it in which direction the linear gradient should be. So we're going to specify to the bottom, and it's going to be a RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0. Then we're going to add to this the next step of the case. Gradients always have 2 colors, and this one is going to be RGBA again. The difference is we're going to choose 0, 0, 0, and 0.4 for the alpha. And let's hit save, and voila. The image is now transparent. And this is how I achieved in our finished project this effect. Now, if I would go to the bottom, or make this smaller, the image is still on the right side, and we are going to take care of this a bit later on with another cool effect. So for now, we're going to remain in this position and only have this effect when we are on, well, on a tablet size. Actually, not a tablet size, on a greater than a tablet size, on a laptop size display. Okay, next up, let's go into 2D transformations. The CSS transform property will allow you to move, rotate, and actually scale and also screw, yep, screw elements by your willing. Now with the CSS transform property, you can use the following 2D transformation methods. There's translate, rotate, scale on the x-axis, scale on the y-axis, scale on both axes, so you can make something grow in one direction, in another direction, or grow in both directions. Then you can screw it on the X, on the Y, and also, yeah, in both directions. We won't use that. That's just dumb, believe me. There's no real life practical use for that. And we also have matrix, and that's extremely complicated, and also only if you're doing complex animations in CSS, almost 3D animations, would that be useful. Okay, so let me jump back into the code and show you how this works. First of all, let me show you the translate. And for this, we're going to grab onto our H1s. And by grabbing onto the H1s, we're going to actually grab onto all of the H1s from our website. So we don't need font awesome. I can actually close this one up. Okay, let's define now the transform property, and we can now use translate on the x-axis. So just take a look at our title here. Let's translate it on the x-axis with 100 pixels. Now you can see it's pushed from its initial position 100 pixels to the right because it's a positive number. I could change this to a negative number. It's going to be pushed 100 pixels to the left from its initial position, which was here. Also exaggerate this and push it 300 pixels, and then it's almost off screen. Now we can also use the y-axis. Well, this should be a capital Y. And this will push it 300 pixels to the top, and we can see it. So let me make this just a bit smaller. Okay, there it is, 200, 100 would bring it down a bit, and the positive number will push it further down. Okay, because this was up here was its initial position. If I would delete this y, then it's going to translate this element on both axes 100 pixels. So it's going to go 100 to the top and 100 to the right because they're both positive. Let's do 300. It's almost out of there. We could also use rotate, and I'm going to leave this as at 100. And now let me show you the transform and rotate property from it. And we can rotate it, for example, a couple of degrees. Let's just use 9, and you need to specify degrees. Okay, so 9 degrees. This was rotated clockwise in a clock direction, and with a negative value, it will rotate it in an anti-clock direction, I believe it's called. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing this correctly. Now, let's even further. This is something. Now let's extend our knowledge, and let's use the scale property, which we actually can go down to our posts here. Hey, what just happened to our posts? Okay, there are our posts. And let's, for example, grab onto the class of post, and within it all of the images. And let's say when we hover over one of the images, then we're going to transform and scale. Again, we can scale on one axis using X, 0.5, scale a image. Now, remember, this right here is a image inserted by using CSS, so it's not a image tag. Don't freak out if it's not taking any effect. But these two are taking effect. So I'm scaling on the x-axis. I could also scale on the y-axis. It's going to shrink. Did I hit save? It's going to shrink on the y-axis. I can scale on both axes, okay? And I could also use now a transition. Sorry about that. And I can also use now a transition. Come on, type it, transition. And let's say we're going to use a 0.3 seconds and ease transition. Okay, so it's going to take 0.3 seconds for this image to have that effect when I'm hovering over it. Now, if I would wish to have the same effect when I'm leaving with my mouse, then as you know, we just need to delete the hover and delete this one, and also give it the same transition property when I'm leaving it. Okay, so you can see now it's smoother. So let's get into a couple of best practices. First things first, I am going to go to not the contact. Let's go ahead and open our index.html file. Close up this part. Now go to our posts again. So not the about section, we need our posts. Within our posts, we have this post image 1. And now I'm going to take up all of this. Now actually, let me just show you first of all this. So post image, go into CSS, grab onto the class, post image. So this is this one. We usually don't use transitions on images like this because you can see it has this jigger effect. Jiggy. I'm going to use the hover effect here on this one because this is inserted using CSS. So it's actually just a div, the class of post image 1, which contains the image, and we can change its background, just again background, and size to 110%, which would zoom it in. So we're not going to lose the size from the size of the image, but we want to zoom into the image. You can see it's already taking effect. Now again, I'm going to use our transition. I'm going to have a smoother effect, and just take a look how smooth and beautiful this is. You can also increase this to 120%. but I would suggest to increase then also the time on it. Okay, and also add the effect when you're obviously leaving that. So I'm going to take this out and the hover out, and when I'm leaving the image, it's going to have the smooth effect. Okay, now let's add the same thing to all of our images. So basically we just need to go to our HTML, comment out these images, and add the div. So I'm just going to copy this div, paste this in here, and change the class to image2, just to signify this is going to contain the second image and the third image. Hit save, go to CSS. Now grab onto both of those classes, so post image2 and post image, forget to add the dot there, and post image3, and I'm going to add to both of them the same properties, which is going to be a height of 213 pixels, because these properties apply to both of these images. Okay, so I'm not going to type, I would need to type out the same properties to this, and it's basically duplicating code, and we don't want that. Also, this is also a best practice tip: never use duplicated code. And again, we have a lot of duplicated code within here, but we're going to use refactoring later on in order to get rid of the duplicated code and to concentrate everything into one nice CSS file. Okay, we have our height. Now we need our width, which is going to be 320 pixels. Now I'm going to select them individually. So post image2, add the background image to it. Again, choose the URL and then choose the path, which is going to be dot once out and blog post 2. And then I'm just going to copy this, change this to 3 and change this to 3, and we should have both of the images now. Okay, back to our common code for both of these classes. We're going to have a background size of 100 pixels. Sorry about that, I mean percent. Then we're going to set the background repeat to no repeat and the background position as center. Okay, so this just took care of both of these images. Now I'm going to add to both of them a transition of 0.3 seconds and ease, of course. And now individually, or actually not individually, but to both, let me just select both of them again, go down here, and let's add a hover effect to both of them. So I'm going to select using options or alt hover, and then curly brackets, and let's also add a cursor pointer because we want to indicate that we're hovering over them, and a background size of 110% or 120%, and a transition of 0.3 seconds in order to have that smooth zoom effect. So let's see how easily we just achieved a cool animation using just a couple of lines of code. Okay, so next up, let's talk about animations in CSS. So CSS can allow us to use animations without using JavaScript or any kind of flash effects by using a simple at rule. The at rule will be the at keyframes rule. Then it needs to be followed by a name. So let's jump back into the code and let me show you how we can take this effect and apply it to, well, to multiple elements. To use an animation, first we need to select an element. In our case, we're going to select our H1 again. So all of our titles, basically if we click through, you will see all of our titles have now this effect that they are rotated and they are a bit displaced. Now in order to apply an animation, we will use the animation keyword here. But first things first, always create your keyframe. So at keyframes will define a animation. Now the identifier here is basically the name of the animation. And I usually, so a best practice, for example, for me, is to always use the name for what I'm animating for. In our case, I'm going to animate the title, and so I'm going to use a title animation name here. Title animation, and those typos. Okay, title animation. Now, a animation starts somewhere and ends somewhere. The best practice is to always use 0%, open and close curly brackets, and it's going to end at 100%, open and close curly brackets. Now, between 0 and 100%, you can define multiple values. You can define also 50% as a middle value. You can imagine this, that this animation will take on a linear scale from here, let's just say this is the animation. It's going to take from here. This is from 0, then to 50, then to 100%. So defining 3 stages of the animation. You can define, again, between 0 and 100, define 100 stages, even more. But let's just stick with these 3. So when it's at 0%, the animation will have a opacity of 0. Then it's going to increase to 0.5 opacity. Let me just hit save so you can see this better. Then at 50% it's going to have a 0.5 opacity seconds. And then at 100% is going to be as 1, which is having no opacity at all. Okay, so this is the animation. Now, in order to use the animation, we need to specify here animation. And now here are the possibilities. You can, first of all, you need to add the animation name, which is the title that dash animation. The duration is again defined in seconds. I usually use milliseconds, some 0.8 milliseconds, for example. The timing function is what we learned, is in, is out, and so far and so on. I'm going to use is, and in. I'm not going to use any kind of delay. You could use a delay. You could use a interaction count. You could use a direction, in which direction the animation should take effect, and a fill mode. Not going to use them, and also not going to use a delay. So basically our animation looks like this. The animation will go from 0 to 100% with a middle stage. It's going to take 0.5 seconds and it's going to have an ease in time duration. So the animation only takes effect when the page loads for the very first time, or when the first effect happens on a page. And normally that is when the page loads. That is the single interaction that you can achieve without using JavaScript. Now you could also trigger animations using hover effects, but in our case we're just going to animate in wherever we change a page. So you can see the title going from 0 opacity, from being completely opaque, opaque is the right word, to being well visible. Okay, now that's it about animations. Next up, let's make our website responsive by adding media queries to it. The @media rule, introduced in CSS2, made it possible to define different style rules for different media types. For example, you could have a different style for, let's say, a computer screen, a printer screen, a television screen even, or for a handheld device. Now, we're not talking necessarily about tablets or phones, we're just talking about handheld devices generally. Unfortunately, these media types never got a lot of support for most of the media devices. Now, CSS3 introduced media queries. Media queries in CSS3 extend the CSS2 media types, but instead of looking for a device type, they look at the compatibility of that device. Media queries can be used to check multiple things such as width and height of the viewport, width and height of the device itself, and also orientation, horizontal or vertical. But it can also be set to check a specific resolution. Using media queries are a popular technique to deliver a tailored style sheet for specific devices, like desktops, laptops, tablets, and mobile phones. So let me go back to the code and make our website responsive depending on specific screen resolutions. Back in our CSS, right after our keyframe, let's go ahead and define our very first media query. In order to do this, we're just going to hold down Shift, then press 2, which will give us a @ and then type in media, then screen, and right after that we're also going to type in the keyword and within parentheses, let's say a maximum width, max-width. Now we're going to set the maximum width of, let's say, 860 pixels. In order to demonstrate this, I'm just going to grab onto the body, so the body tag, this will grab onto the entire body, and change the background color to, let's say, light green, light blue, doesn't matter. Now nothing changes, but let me make this screen smaller. And you can see when I reach a certain max width of 860 pixels, then this will take effect. If I leave the screen size, it's going to lose its effect, but when I decrease it, reach that screen size and remain underneath that screen size, you're going to see this effect maintained. Let me further demonstrate this. I'm going to open up Inspect, and here we can play around with our dimension which you need to set to responsive, and you can see the dimension is momentarily 1321 for the width, and if I go down and reach 860, then this is going to take effect. And there we go. Exactly at 860, can slowly reach it, yep, and after that it's going to lose its effect. So what this means, we're specifying to the screen, you know what, I'm going to move this down. We're going to specify to the screen that when the max width of the window is 860 pixels, then certain things should take effect. Now I can play around with this. I'm going to comment this one out, and everything that we type within these two curly brackets will take effect in this max width. Now let's go ahead, grab onto the About ID. Within here, I'm going to grab onto the image, and I'm going to display it as, well, we can display things as multiple properties, flex grid, well, we learned about that, but we could also display elements as none, or not display them at all. But this just means when I'm going to reach 860 pixels, then the image will disappear. But I'm going to do now a little trick here. Instead of making the image disappear, I'm going to add the image to the image description. So I'm going to grab onto the image description class, and within here I'm going to grab onto the background, not attachment, back to the entire background, which will now use the shorthand for background image, repeat, and positioning. And I'm going to choose my URL for the image, which all we know is up in images, and it's the profile image. And I'm not going to end this, but add to this no repeat, and then center. And I'm also going to add a background size of 100%. And just take a look, if I go now to 860, the image is going to appear within the image description tag. But I want to have the same effect as we have here when we are above 860. So let's go down. Let's say the image description, let's add a before pseudo-element. And let's say we're going to have an empty content, so an empty string. Let's position this. Whoop, what just happened? Let me refresh this. There we go. Let me go down to the specific screen size. Let's position this element absolute. We're going to change the background to a RGBA. We're going to go with our beige color and decrease this to, actually increase this to 65. Now I need a specific width and height for this. So I'm going to go with width of 400 pixels, and the height should be 100% of its container. Okay, and there we go. We have it in the background. But it's not quite in the background, it's actually in the foreground. So I'm going to use a Z index of 1. And now let's go ahead and select from our image description the paragraph tag and the button. So dot image description, we're going to select within here the paragraph tag, comma, dot image description, and select within here the button. Sorry about that, button. And let's say that both of them are now positioned with a Z index of 2. So they're above this background. I don't know why I don't have any padding to this. It's actually going out. I'm going to fix this just in a couple of seconds, the paragraph tag. So let's also go down to our podcast container, and let's change here the way it is displayed. So I'm going to grab onto the podcast container, and I'm going to change the grid template columns. As you remember, we had multiple columns. I'm going to change this to one single column, which will have 400 pixels. Okay, so if I leave this, it's going to be in 2 columns, but if I go down here, it's going to be in only 1 column. And let's also text align center in order to have everything placed nicely in the center. Okay, so that's it for max width. How about min width? So let's use again the media query at media, screen, and a min width of 1200 pixels. Let's again do something with the background color. So background and color and red. Set this to, why didn't this work? Yeah, should select the body. What am I doing? So the body should have a background color of red. When? Well, when we leave a certain dimension. So everything that will be above 1200 pixels will have the effect of whatever we type in between these 2 curly brackets. This one and this one. So remember, max width stands for until a certain screen size, and min width stands for above this screen size, or these pixels. Whoop, I just messed this one up. So until the screen size is over 1200 pixels, a certain styling type will take effect. I'm going to comment this out, and the only thing I want to do here is change the .podcast container to a grid template column of repeat 3 times, so 3, 1 fr, 3 times 1 fractions. Why are you failing on me? Okay, so let's go down to the podcast container, and as you can see, they are now in 3 columns. And if we go down, they will be set to only 2 columns, only 1 column. Now we're still not done yet. I also want to have here a text align to the center, and we are done now. So when we're above 1200 pixels, then we're going to have this type of arrangement. Okay, so hope this makes it clear on how Media Queries work. Okay, next up, it's time to make our about page also responsive and also populate with something. Okay, so let's get started with this one. Okay, next up, let's style our about page and also populate it. First things first, I forgot to add to this a bit of padding. So I'm going to show you a little trick. When you want to search, because we need to find our description, within the description, the paragraph tag. And we know it's somewhere up here in the code. So you can do the following. You can select it, copy it, press Ctrl or Command F, and this will bring up the Find menu. And within here, just paste it in and hit Enter until you reach, this image description and paragraph tag, which is the very first time where we styled the paragraph tag. And within here, I'm going to add a overall padding of 32 pixels. Let's hit save, and there we go. Okay, now I want to be able to go from this to the about page. You know, about page, we should have some kind of content. So let's populate our about page. Let's open up our Explorer. Let's go to our about page, and I'm going to close this one up again, make this a bit smaller, and stretch our code editor out. Let's close this one up, the Finder, and we have a footer, we have a div, we have a body. I'm going to close up our navigation. We don't need this. What we do need is right after our title, we need a section. So let's create here a section with the ID of about. And because I'm giving this the same ID as we have in our index page, it's going to also have the same styling. Now let's hit enter. Going to add here the image tag again. The source will be now 2 dots. This means 1 level up in the image folder. And from here, we're going to select a profile image. Again, some placeholder, my profile img. Hit save, and we're not seeing anything. Oh yeah, let's just add a inline style of 400 pixels. So width, and within here, 400 pixels. Okay, so do you know why the image is not showing? I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to think about it. Ready? Do you remember what we did when we edit our last media query here in our style CSS? Let's scroll down. Let's just see what happened. We told the about image to be displayed as none at this width. So if I would make this larger, then the image will appear. Now we got kind of a problem here because I really do not. So don't freak out if your image does not show. The reason for this is because we set it as display none. Okay, but for now, let's just continue on and add some more content to this. Right at our image, we had our div with the class of image description. And within here, this time I'm going to create just 2 paragraph tags, one with the lorem ipsum, and after that, another paragraph tag with the lorem ipsum. Let's say 200. Hope that's not too much. Yes, it is. So let's just go with 100. Okay, that should be enough. Because I'm also zoomed in, so if I would zoom out, let's just do a reset. No, it's still too much. Why is that? Let me zoom in up again. What are you doing there? Okay, then let's do a lorem, let's say 70. Okay, that's better. And after that, another paragraph tag. Whoa, we're in the paragraph tag. Don't want to do that. Let's move outside the paragraph tag, create another one, and with love. And come on, you can type in your name if you wish. For example, I'm going to type in Norbert, although that's not how I look. Now, remember, the entire styling is taken from our style.css file. So what if we want to add different styling which is specific to this web page? Well, for that we need to create another style file. So I'm going to create another file within my pages and call this about.css. This style file will only be responsible for our about page. And I have here a huge gap, so let me just take this out, go back to the about page. I'm going to use here a span tag. Hey, you're still outside. That is just amazing. I'm going to do it without my name. It doesn't really matter. Okay, back to our about CSS. First things first, we need to link it up with our about page. So we're going to go, also I'm going to close up the Explorer bar. We're going to go up and above our title, but underneath our style.css link, I'm going to create another link which will now link up to the about.css file. Now this means that first things first, this will take effect, the style.css file, and after that, the about CSS will overwrite everything that I type in here. So let's go ahead and select our about ID, and within here the image. And as you saw in our finished project, this had a, let me also make this a bit larger. The image actually had a gray scale to it. So the image wasn't colored, but it was grayed out. Now this is a pretty simple filter property. And if you choose the filter property, you can set the gray scale to 100%. And this will make your image black and white. In order to take out the reflection of the image, we can now use our WebKit again, -box-reflection, or reflect, and pass it in as unset. Hit save and the reflection will be gone. Now it won't be gone for the entire web page, because if we go back to our home page, it will still be there and the image will still be in color, but only for the about page. Now, if you have any kind of problems with your image, because you could use a different image, because you could use your own image, you can set the height as fit and content. And this will fit the content, which is also on the right side. Okay, but how about making this colorful again? Well, I'm going to copy our about and image, and I'm going to use a hover on it. So when we're hovering over this, then we're going to set our grayscale to 0%. I could just use 0 because 0 is 0. Doesn't matter if they're percentage, centimeters, or bananas, they're still 0. I'm going to take out this, and I'm also going to add a transition of 0.3 seconds. And I'm using the 0.3 seconds because I usually, and this is the best practice and also my personal advice to you, use the same timing of animations and transitions all around your web page in order to have the same effect and the same feeling for the entire web page. Okay, and also the curvature. So I'm going to use this on hover and on exiting the hover. So if I hover in, I'm going to change the image back to color. And if I hover out, it's going to be black and white again. And we're going to do a bit more coding here because you already know so much. So let's select our image and description, and let's set the background color to transparent, which is going to take out the color. We're going to set the height to auto, and we're going to use a transition effect as we used up here. And then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to move a bit quicker and just grab onto the paragraph text. So the image description, but the paragraph tab in it. I'm going to delete this, change the text alignment to left instead of centered. I'm going to use a font size of 1 rem, and I'm going to add a different type of padding. So I'm going to use 16 pixels to the right, 36 pixels to the bottom, and 60 pixels to the left. And I'm also going to change the color of the text. I'm going to use a hexadecimal color of 888, which is going to give me a light gray color. Now let's select this again, copy it, paste it in, and let's add now a hover effect to it. So when I'm hovering over this image, not the paragraph tag, but the container, sorry about that. So when I'm hovering above the container, then I'm going to change the background using a RGBA, so red, green, and blue, and alpha of 224, 195, 192, and 169. So I'm going to add back the color and the opacity of 63, and again a transition effect to it. So when I'm hovering over it, it should give me back the color. Now for the image, for the text within it, you see when I'm selecting the text, the background is turning blue and the color is turning dark. This is actually another pseudo element. Yeah, so I'm going to select the image description and delete everything that is in here. And within the image description, I'm going to select the paragraph tag again and use the selection pseudo selector. And I'm going to just add now the color of completely black, so #000. So now when I'm selecting the text, it's only changing the color. Okay, so this is a pretty cool effect. Okay, let's also make this site responsive, this web page, because if we make it smaller, then the image is disappearing. So let's go ahead and add on a media query screen, and we're going to use and a max dash width of 860 pixels. And again, we're going to change our about and image to be displayed here. I didn't type in image. Now, momentarily we have it displayed as none, so we want to change it back to block. Okay, so if I go down to 860 pixels, then hey, why aren't you appearing? Because I forgot the pixels. And there we go, and there's our image. Okay, now it's displayed as block. Now let's also change the type of display of our about page. So let's select our about again, and let's display it as flex. And we're going to use the flex direction as column, and we're going to align the items as center. Now, the only thing that I want to do here is set the image description, and before I'm going to set the height to onset, and there we go, it's gone. Only when I hover on it, it's going to appear again. Now, we have kind of finished our about page. Let's take a look at this. Yep, it's completely finished. We can now move on to our blog page. So let's get started by populating our blog page. So let's open up our blog.html. So I'm going to close up the left side, and I'm going to close up the navigation within our blog page. Right underneath the title, again, we're going to create a container, a div with a class of container, that is. Underneath our title, we're going to create a section with the ID of blog. And within here, we're going to have a div with a class of posts. Within our posts div, we're going to have multiple posts. So I'm going to create an article with a class of post, exactly as we had before. Within here, we're going to create a class with post-img-1. Is going to create the image or the container for the image, which is going to be inserted using CSS. Then I'm going to create an anchor tag, and this anchor tag will lead to the post of this specific post. So when I'm going to click on this anchor tag, actually, you know what? I'm going to leave this open because we don't have our posts, our post set. And within the anchor tag, I'm going to create an h4. And within this h4, we have a lorem, let's say lorem 4 as a title. Okay, we still have the befores and afters, but we're going to take care of this just in a couple of seconds. After our anchor tag, I'm going to create the paragraph tag, which is going to add just a bit more context, so a lorem ipsum. You know what? I think I used less. I used just, let's say, I think that's enough. Yeah, that should be enough. And I'm also going to increase this using CSS. So we have our post. Now in our finished project, you saw we had 9 posts. So in order to achieve 9 posts, I'm not going to code actually 9 posts. I'm just going to copy and paste them in. Because the only thing you have to do is change the posts, the post image. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and one more. Unbelievable, I missed one. Okay, so there we go. We have our 9 posts, and I'm just going to change the images on them. So post number 1, this is then number 2, this is number 3, and so far and so on. Number 4, number 5. And this will actually be one of your exercises, is to add your own posts to this. And 6, and the other ones will be 1, 2, and 3, because I only have 6 images. Okay, as soon as I change the image, you can see they're already changing. Now this looks a bit cluttered and out of order, but we are going to fix this. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, and the other images are not in yet. So let's add to this blog page a separate CSS. Again, we're going to go into pages, create a new file, and we're going to call it blog.css, and we also need to edit, close up that, and we also need to edit up here. So I'm going to just copy this and change it to blog.css, and now it should have its own style. Let's verify this. Body, background color, red, boom. Okay, it's only taking effect in this CSS. So let's first of all get rid of all of those afters. We're going to select all of the posts of the classes, then space, then hover, and then after, and we're going to change the content to empty. Since we do this, the hover effect is going to be gone. Only the after for the titles will remain. Okay, now let's select all posts. So the class of posts, multiple, plural, and set the flex direction to row this time. Now I'm going to select each and every single post and set their height to auto. This will make the text fit within its container and the cursor pointer. This just means when I'm hovering over one post, I'm going to have over the entire post, so not only the image or the title or the text, but everywhere will be pointer. Okay, next I'm going to take the title from our post, and so this means post and h4. I'm going to reset its padding to 0 because it has automatic padding set to it from our main style.css. And now I'm going to add, instead of the padding, a margin, an all-around margin of 60 pixels. So basically, padding set to 0 is resetting for the entire blog page all of the paddings for the posts. If I would go back to our home page, this will still remain as we set it previously. Okay, it still has padding. So let's go back to the blog, and now let's select our paragraph tag. So posts, within their paragraph tag, I'm going to add a all-around margin to it of 16 pixels in order to fit the title of the post. I'm going to set the margin from the top as 0 in order to take out that surplus margin, and I'm going to add margin to the bottom of 32 pixels. I'm going to reset the font size, and I'm going to decrease it actually to 12 pixels. Normally it's 16 pixels. And let's also change the font weight to the lightest font weight possible, to 100. Hey, font weight, not size. There we go. Next up, I'm going to select within the post the very first div. This sign means the very first child element of the parent element. Also, if I hover over it, you can see posts, and it selects the very first element, which is or I can specify which first element to be selected. This is the div. So the very first div that is going to appear here will be selected. This div is actually the image. Remember, the very first div is the image container. Now I'm going to reset its height to 213 pixels. I'm going to add a background size to it, actually to all of them, of 100 pixels. The background repeat is, although it's already set, I'm going to still set it again to repeat to no repeat. And this should be actually 100%. What am I doing? Not 100 pixels. The width will be 320 pixels. And we're going to have a all-around transition, as always, as 0.3 seconds, and the curvature will be eased. Next up, let's also add a hover effect to this. So I'm going to select it again, then hover, and then I'm going to set the cursor as pointer and the background size to 110%. And also add the same type of transition again. So transition, and just going to copy this right here. Okay, so when we hover over an image, it should have that transition effect. Now we're missing a couple of images, and this would be the post-image-4. Going to copy this, 5 and 6. Okay, add curly brackets to each of them. And let's change now the background image to the URL, and just select your image. Now remember, you need to go up, images, and select number 4. Actually, you could just copy and paste this to each of them and just change the number of the image. And then to number 6. And there we go. We should have all of our images. Let's also make this screen responsive, because at this moment we only have this type of columns. I really don't like this. So also add a bit of more styling to it. Let me resize this, move down, and again we're going to select our Add Media Query. But this time I'm going to use a different min width. So min width, and we're going to select 1000 pixels, just to change things up a bit. So let's select our posts and let's display them as grid. Next I'm going to change the grid template column to repeat 3 times 1 FR. You know what, I'm actually going to go with 4 FR. Let's see how this looks. 4 columns, maybe 3 is again better. Do we need that many columns? Let's see how this looks. Well, it does take up more real estate, but I think that 3 is also enough. Let's check this. 3, and let's see how this looks. Yeah, 3 is also not that bad. Now let's also justify content to the center. And I also want to set the margins to auto. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, next up, let's select each post and also each post's immediate div. I'm going to change the width to 250 pixels. Okay, so when we're actually at 1000 pixels, the images or the posts will actually get smaller. Okay, and when we're on a really small format, and I also want to add a bit of gap here, let's go up to the posts and row and gap of 32 pixels. Okay, that's much better. Now, next up, let's make each and every post accessible from this post page by clicking on the title, and this will send us to a new page that we need to create. So let's create it. In order to create a post, we're going to go back to our Explorer within our pages and create a new folder called posts. Actually, it could also be lowercase, so posts. And within here, we're going to create 2 files. One will be the post1.html and then a post.css. Now the post CSS will be for all of our posts. A post page will contain 1 post. This means it's going to have the same boilerplate, it's going to have the same navigation, the same footer, but one single post. So I'm not going to code that everything out. I'm just going to copy and paste it in and go over the code for you. The footer is, well, pretty much obviously the same for all of your posts. Then the navigation is the same, the container is the same, and also the CSS is the same. One CSS will be, actually I need to show you this, how this works. So now are going 2 levels up, because this page needs to look for the style CSS file, which is out of this folder, the post folder, out of the pages folder, and it needs to access the CSS file. I'm going to close up, and also the block page, and also the block CSS, and also the index CSS, HTML. So all that this page contains, let me also right click and open it with live server, is 1 single post, or yeah, it's 1 single post where it's missing our CSS. Okay, but we don't want to right click open this post up, we actually wanted to open it up from our blog. So let's go back to the blog page and access this post number 1. This post number 1 can actually have a real name, like whatever, hanging out and watching waterfalls, your post, your title of your post. But I've just added as post number 1. So blog, open up your blog page, let's go to our very first article here, and we're going to link this up by going 1 level deep in our pages, and in our pages we will have our posts, or we could actually go directly to posts. What am I doing here? So within our folder, this means dot and posts and the post.html. Let me close the blog page up, and now if I click on my very first post, then it should open up the post itself. Okay, I can go back to our blog page and back and forth, back and forth. So what does this post contain? Well, it's pretty simple. Let me close up the left side. It has a section with the blog. It's basically almost the same. It has the section of posts, but it has 1 single post in it. The post has an article of post as a main container. Then it has the title, which is this one. Then it has a small tag, which is the date of that post. Then it has a paragraph tag, which is a small explanation. An image, which is the same image, which is then taking the CSS form here and adding the image to it, and then a couple of lorem ipsums in paragraph text and a subtitle, and then down here we have a post comment section which has a form, a comment as a h5, which is this part right here, a icon, and an input tag. Okay, so let's go ahead, go into our post CSS and style this. First things first, I'm going to reset that post space hover, and then before, actually after, it was the after, selected, and content set to none, to empty string. Then I'm going to take the post. So now we're talking about this post, not about the post in the blog. I'm going to change its width to 750 pixels, set the height to auto. Let's hit save. You can see now it's taking up 750 pixels for its width, and its height will be set to auto in order for the content, whatever and how many paragraph text you will type in here, doesn't matter. It will always make the post larger and larger, depending on how much space you need. Then I'm going to add an all-around padding of 64 pixels, and that's pretty much it. Now let's select the post title, the H4 within it. Let's again take out the padding because it has some automatic padding from our style.css added to it. So padding, we're going to set it to 0. Then margin button 60 pixels. We're going to want to have a bit more space between the title and our date. Then let's increase its font size of the title to 32 pixels. And also going to increase the font weight to 400 pixels. Not 400, just 400. Decrease it. So now when I'm hovering over the title, I want to add a bit of an effect. So post H4 and a hover. I'm going to change the color to black. If you're asking yourself, why am I doing this? Well, let me show you. If I don't do this and I'm hovering over the title, then I'm going to have this effect. Why do I have this after in here? Wait just a second. Let me go to our style, main style CSS. Let me Control or Command F, post H4. Let's see, or was it the entire hover? I messed up somewhere. Post H4 hover active. Aha, there it is. So the after, I forgot to. Actually, you know what? I could just comment this out. We don't actually need this, and also don't need this. This was just for showing purposes only. Okay, let's close up our style CSS. Let's go back to our post, and again, we do need to do this unless you want to have this purple color. Don't need actually a hover effect. And also we're going to set the cursor, because currently the cursor is set to pointer. We're going to set it to block. Come on, block. There we go. Okay, so when I'm over this, it's just going to be, hey, didn't you save? Sorry, not block, default. What am I doing? Okay, so this is the default cursor. Okay, let's take care of our small tag here. Post. And the small tag, going to decrease its font weight to 200 pixels. Let's add a bit of margin to the bottom to have more space of 16 pixels, and that's pretty much it. Or I could also use display block, because normally, not inline, but block. I just want to avoid of this being displayed. Yeah, and also just take a look. The problem with small and span tags is they're all inline tags, as I explained it at the beginning of this course. So if you want to add margins and padding to them, you need to display them as block. Without doing this, it won't work. Okay, next up, let's take care of the paragraph tag. So posts and paragraph tag, and let's add a margin to the bottom of, let's say, 16 pixels, because I do want to have space between each paragraph tag. And we also have here, where do we have it? Where is you? There we go. There's a horizontal line. I'm going to choose the comment. You know what? Let me actually take care of the picture first, because the picture, I don't like how this looks. It has it still has this hover effect. So let's take this out. So the post, and within here the div, because I want this to be applied to all of our posts and space. It should have the width set to 100%. Okay, and let's give it a bit of a margin to the bottom again. Margin bottom of 60 pixels. Okay, now I also want to take out the hover effect, as I said. So let's go ahead, take out the hover and set this to background size of 100% because I can actually take out the effect of hover. I need to take out the effects from the hover, Pseudo-class that is. Okay, so when I'm hovering over it, nothing happens. The last thing that we need to do is to style our comments down here. So let's go ahead, comments, and within here, wait a second, comments. And within here, I'm going to select the H5. And within the comments, I'm also going to select the horizontal line break. I'm just going to add a margin to the bottom of 16 pixels. And I'm missing an N here. And the comment section should also have so on the comment section, a margin to the top of 32 pixels. This will give us a bit of space between the comment and the post. So there we go. Okay, and also in a smaller format. It looks horrible, but yeah, it's a blog post. What do you expect from it? Okay, let's also increase the size of this icon tag. Let's select our dot comments, and within here, the icon tag, we're going to increase this font size to 32 pixels. Okay, and that's pretty much it. We have our very first blog post. You know what? The title should be, or actually this is the title, post one. The post one is kind of the title. So yeah, if you would like to add some kind of title to this, as I said, watching the waterfalls, then you would add it here, and then here a generic subtitle. It was amazing, something like that. My favorite summer. Okay. So that's pretty much it for a web page. Next up, we need to deploy it to GitHub. So let's take care of that. Because if we go through our web page, it is a perfectly working web page. Let me also make this a bit larger. And let's just take a look at wonder at our web page. Actually, we do have a problem here with our H2. So let me just check out what's wrong with this. This should be in the main style tag. So who would have thought? We're not done yet. Let's search for H2. H2 is that. And let's search further. Or let's search for .subtitles, actually. Subtitle. Did I add a class of subtitle to this? Yes, I did. But I never styled it, or what? Yeah, I forgot to style it. Huh. .subtitle. Oh, so sorry about this. Never mind. I'm going to do it right. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong... Here, subtitles. Nope. Never styled it. So sorry about that. New problem. Navigation, post, footer. Actually, right after the footer and before the posts, we should have a class of subtitle, and they should have a text align center, a font size of 36 pixels, a margin of top and bottom 72, because I want to have a lot of margin. Basically, it's again multiple of 36. I'm going to do a text transform to uppercase. And now I'm going to add the font family, size font family of dancing and script and cursive. And there we go. All right. So our web page is finished, as I said, and we can now go ahead and publish it. So let's get started with publishing our web page. Now it comes a time to host our web page or make our web page public on the internet for everyone to access it. So how do we do that? Because until now we hosted or we served our web page from our live server, from our Visual Studio Codes extension, which created a server on our PC. It had the port of 500 and it served our web page on the IP address of, what kind of IP address was that one? 127.0.0. And so now let me show you one of the possibilities to host our web pages on the internet. And one of the extremely common one for simple web pages is GitHub. So what is GitHub? Well, it's best explained by showing you what GitHub is. Let's go to Google and search for GitHub. This will land you on GitHub's homepage. Now, you do need to create an account. For example, this is my account. If you don't have an account, then this is what you should see. Now, creating an account is pretty simple. You go up here, sign in, or just type in here your email address, and this will sign you up. Actually, here, sign you up for GitHub. The sign up procedure is extremely simple, so I don't need to explain this and take you through each of the steps. Just enter email address. You're going to get a confirmation address, and from then on, it's extremely simple. So create a GitHub account, pause the video now, create your account, and come back. And when you're done, then we can move on. Now, if you have an account, it should look something like this. Either you edit a profile picture or not, and here are your commits. Commits are basically how you add stuff to GitHub or stored stuff to GitHub. But what is GitHub? GitHub is a provider of internet hosting for software development and version control using Git. It offers the distributed version control and source code management functionality of Git plus its own features. To make this as simple as possible for you to understand, let me give you an example. GitHub is an online hosting service for Git repositories. Imagine working on projects at home, and when you are away, maybe at a friend's place or at the cabin, for example, and you suddenly remember that you wanted to change something in your project. Now, you can do this as long as it's hosted on GitHub. You can make these changes because your PC is now with you. What I mean by that? Well, you have access to the same code from everywhere around the world. Then you can make your changes and push them back to GitHub and so forth and so on. I'm going to show you this a bit later on. Now, in summary, GitHub lets you store your repositories on their platform. You see here, I have 32 repositories at the moment. This is another account. I also have another account where there are multiple repositories and so forth and so on. You can have private repositories and you can also have public repositories. Now, the repository for this course is public. Everyone can access it, everyone can download it, and also everyone can access the website. So, with this being said, let me show you how you can add your website to GitHub. Now it's time to make our website public, and before we do that, we need to create a repository for it. What does a repository mean? Well, it is a place where you reposit your code. Now, to create a repository, just go up here where it says this plus sign. You could go to repositories, but right up here you can create, actually also from your account. Let me just see. I can't create it from here anymore. But right up here, new repository. Now, a repository needs a name. I would suggest calling it whatever you wish to call your blog. You can type in Norbert-blog. It will check if this is available, the name. Then, oh, I just hit enter. Sorry about that. Let me go back. So, Norbert-blog. Let me just check if this new is no longer available. Perfect. I can show you how you can delete repositories. So let's go to your profile. Also, you can go to your repositories from here. Then go to repositories, Norbert blog, select it, go to settings and scroll down. And down here you will have delete this repository. Click on it, and now you need to type in the name of your repository in order to confirm it. You just copy this, paste it in here, and then understand and completely delete this repository. Now you need to enter your password to have mine saved, and it's gone. Okay, now let's start from the beginning. New repository, Norbert-blog. Then don't hit enter. In the description, type in something. This is my blog. Now you can make it public or private. If you make it private, you cannot publish the website on the internet. Okay, so make it public, please. Then add a README file to it, and that's basically it. You can now click on create repository. And there we go, we have our repository. This is your repository. This repository has one file, the README file. If you click on it, it will tell you Norbert blog, this is my blog, this is your title, this is what you typed in. Okay, let's go back. Click on Norbert blog again. In order to add files, you need to click on add files. But first, let me make this a bit smaller. And if you still have your code editor opened, if not, then open it. I want to show you how you can get to your code. You just right click any page. I'm on a Mac, so it stands here, reveal in Finder. But if you're on a PC, then you should see reveal in Explorer or open in Explorer. Now click on this, and this should open up the file or the folder where you saved your blog. Now, have this open, go back to GitHub, click on add files. You can either upload files or create new files, we don't want to create a new file, we want to upload files. So click on Upload Files. You can now drag and drop in here all of your files. Now, please take exactly this structure, so folder of audio, image, file of index.html, folder of pages, file of CSS, and drag and drop it in. Do not drag and drop the entire folder of my blog, okay? You need to have this as a high hierarchy folder structure. Okay, so let's drag everything in here. Wait for the files to upload. You have 70 files. This depends on your internet speed, so I'm just going to comment over it. And 7 and 8 and so on and so on. And to explain the commit until then. So commit changes. You can type in a title and you can type in a description. For example, I'm going to type in, if you don't type in anything, then it's perfectly fine. You do not need to do this. I'm going to type in here, my first page upload. And you can also type in a comment here, not going to do this. I'm not going to get into deep into committing, just need to commit changes for now. You're going to commit the changes to the main branch. Okay, I'm going to show you where the main branch is just in a couple of seconds. So click on commit changes. It's going to take just a couple of seconds, again depending on the internet speed, and there we go. So we have our very first, you can also see here, my first page upload. This happened 3 minutes ago, this commit, and this happened just now. I'm going to make this a bit larger again. So in your repository you now have 3 folders, actually multiple folders, because in pages you should have posts, and in posts you should have your very first post, and up here is your folder structure. And this is very important because our folder structure, I'm going to move this to the side, HTML sandbox, and within here we had our blog, and there's our audio, image, and so on and so on file. If I would go now to structure here, or you see it differently in Windows Explorer, then this structure is now this structure. And also, this is really important. Also take a look at your code. We are working in this structure, not in the HTML sandbox and so on and so on. Because if you change this structure, then you also need to change the links, the hierarchies of where what is situated. The index.html file from the post, okay, so from the post file needs to go 1 folder structure up, 2 folder structures up, and then it's at the index. If you would add here multiple folder structures, I wouldn't recommend this. Just remain with your blanco, and as you can see, the index.html file needs to be on the top level. Okay, so with this being said and done, we are now going to go to settings. Then on the left side, you should see pages. Now, if for any reason whatsoever, because this did change since I already published my GitHub course, if for every reason this is somewhere else, just search for it. You can search up here, pages, and it doesn't matter. You just need to find pages. Click on pages and you will land now here. GitHub Pages is designed to host your personal, organization, or project page from GitHub repositories. So the source, we're going to select it. It's going to be the main. As you can see now, in our main branch, we have a root. Okay. And now click on save. As soon as you do this, this link will appear. I'm going to right click and open in new tab. And depending on internet speed and so on and so on, this is going to take a couple of seconds or minutes, because now they're processing your web page, which you can then later on find on https://norbert.pm, which is going to be your GitHub repository name. So when you're creating your GitHub account, this is going to be your name, or whatever name you choose. Then .github.io. This will be automatically inserted. In some previous iterations of GitHub, you had to add this manually, but now they're adding it automatically when you're creating a page, and then the page name that you created, and then /, and then it should send you to the index page. So let's see if this already took. Nope. not yet. As I said, it's going to take a couple of minutes. So when you wish to share your page, you will need this link. This is where your website will appear. Let me check this again. And if not, I'm going to pause the video and start it from where it's running. Also, it has to upload a couple of images, so it could take a couple of minutes. Now, just a quick note, if you want to get rid of GitHub.io and choose your own domain and your team, you can also choose different teams and so forth and so on, then you need to do a paid version. Okay, I don't suggest it for beginners, and there are multiple website hosting services out there, but none of them are free. So you just need to either live with GitHub.io, your name, GitHub.io, and your blog, or hey, there we go, it's working. Yay! So our page is up and running. We have our very first website, and let's say if it's working from the navigation, yet it's sending us to our blog. And the very first post, so open up our post. Yes, it does. We can go ahead, navigate back to home. We can open up read more. Let's see if this works. Yep, hover effects. You can see we are on our internet web page. Also, the repository is up and running, and it is live for everyone to visit. So you just go ahead, search for me on GitHub, and you can visit this website. Also, it is an open repository. You can create pull and push requests for it if you wish to change something to this specific website. So in conclusion, HTML and CSS are basic but essential skills for every web developer. By learning HTML and CSS, you can create amazingly looking websites and make them public on the internet using any hosting provider service. And also using advanced technologies like Flexbox and CSS Grid, you can create responsive looking websites. Also using animations and hover effects and transitions. Also navigate between pages using links and then link up multiple pages between one another. Also using icons, you can then import different icons from multiple resources using CDN and also using Font Awesome. And by again using hover effects, you can add to them different colors. We saw how easily we could add animations to our titles and add animations by using hover effect to our images, to our posts, and to our text. Web development is just a beautiful thing. For me at least, it was amazing learning it. And at the end of the day, you will have a beautiful looking web page with responsive design attached to it. You saw by using just simple media queries, you can create your own web pages and make them completely responsive, adding for mobile and for tablet sizes different media queries. Your websites will always look good on each and every device. I also gave you a couple of personal advice on what and how I would use it. At the end of the day, web development is for those who wish to learn a brand new skill and wish to expand their knowledge in coding. So with this being said, I hope that you enjoyed the course and learned a lot. Furthermore, I would like you to add to the repository your ideas and also add different blog posts by uploading them and creating pull requests. So don't be shy and just create your own posts. And with this being said, see you next time and take care.